Good evening. I'd like to call to order the August 5th, 2026 meeting for the Zionsville Board of Zoning Appeals. If everyone would please join with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll do a roll call.
Katie Glenn.
Present.
Amanda Miller.
Present.
Josh Fedor.
Present.
Jim Hurst.
Present.
Josh Martin. Absent. Is he, have we heard anything from Josh?
Yeah, he's going to be absent tonight.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a quorum of 4.
Thank you. Our first item is to approve the meeting minutes from July 1st, 2026. Is there any corrections, additions? Wonderful.
I move that we approve them. Second.
Go to a vote.
That would be Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Amanda Miller.
Aye.
Katie Glenn.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, tonight we will start with, we have docket number 202619 UV. It's a continuance from September 2nd, 2026. Staff, do you want to?
Yeah, so this project has been in our office for a month or so. After reviewing it, we found out that a traffic study was warranted at this intersection, given the subdivision being constructed north of this site, along with what is being proposed as part of this development. The staff in the rules is entitled to 1 automatic continuance. We're going to exercise that so the petitioner has an opportunity to complete the traffic impact study. Hopefully, the study is completed prior to the September 2nd meeting, and so we'll be able to have the public hearing for this item at that point.
Thank you. At this point, I'll enter a motion to continue case 202619 UV to the September 2nd, 2026 meeting.
If that's the motion, I'll second it. If not, I'll make the motion.
If that wasn't
That was the
then
motion.
that's I'll do the second.
I'll take a second.
Jim Hurst.
We'll vote.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Amanda Miller.
Aye.
Katie Glenn.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, on to continued business. We are at case 202615 UV. Staff, would you mind outlining this variance of use?
Yeah, so this is, as you said, this is a use variance located 526 North 1200 East. The property is zoned ag, right? So it's subject to the permitted uses in section 194082. But essentially what that means is the warehousing component, I think the word that is used is storage barns. The component of that project is not a permitted use by right in ag. The overall project consists primarily of 2 components. There is an equestrian element to this, which has a horse arena, some stables, and you can see the conceptual layout as part of Exhibit 8, I believe. You can see the schematic layout of the arena and the proposed storage buildings.
A timeout. Are we able to get the video, the visual?
Well, that's what I'm don't know what's going on with the internet. That's what I was trying to figure out. IT, are you having issues with your internet? Well, I fixed my screen, I think, but I can't fix my internet. While we work on that, let me see if it'll reload. Okay. Updated conceptual layout. Let's see if it'll work. Is yours working? We can use this one. This will work.
Fix this.
Thank you, sir. Plug it into that one. There you go. Sorry about that, everyone. Maybe. There you go. It's on the back screen. Now it's on the front.
Thank you.
Okay. So you'll see a conceptual rendering. As I was saying, this comprises of two uses. One is the equestrian component. My mouse is not working for yours. Here, it's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry, I'm not able to get this thing to zoom in the way it needs to. This is the equestrian component up here with the horse arena. And the part in question, which is the subject of tonight's use variance, are the proposed storage barns that you see laid out along this path. Again, just to reiterate, while all of this is part of the same project, the use variance component is not specific to the equestrian elements of this project. Those elements could be developed today regardless of how the outcome of this project of the use variance was to go. We're only talking about the warehousing or the storage barn component of this project. To get to the staff report, I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through the reasons why we would support something. I'm going to talk on the reasons why we did not land on a favorable recommendation. Mostly being item number 3, the need for the variance arises from a condition on the site. We disagreed with that finding. Finding number 4, the zoning ordinance constitutes an unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. We disagreed on that finding. And the last finding, which was finding number 5, the approval does not interfere substantially with the comprehensive plan. Although several commitments have been made by the petitioner, and I will let him speak to those during his presentation, staff still feels like the fundamental use of warehouse is not an agricultural use as recommended by the comprehensive plan. And so those are the 3 primary reasons why staff issued an unfavorable recommendation. I'm happy to talk about any parts of the staff report or any of the proposed exhibits. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Otherwise, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Does the board have any other questions?
Not this time, no.
Wonderful. Well, I will have the petitioner come up. If you could state your name and address. And as you take the stage, I'll just ask that everyone please speak calmly and respectfully throughout tonight. Even when there are differences of opinions, I think we can all do that. And so thank you for helping us maintain a productive and courteous discussion.
Andy Newton, 5 English Green, Westfield, Indiana. Have you been given the renderings for the property?
Do we have them?
They are on the agenda if I can get them to pull up here. That is what I'm trying to pull up
Let
for
me
you.
pass them out. I've got some copies here.
We have renderings. I don't know if we have everything in your hand, because I can't see what's in your hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have that, but we have it again. Yeah, no, that's fine. I just honestly couldn't see what you're holding up.
I promise I'm a better builder than I am presenter, so I apologize. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Andy Newton, and I'm the petitioner for case 2026-15-UV regarding 526 North, 1200 East. We are requesting a use variance to allow what the BZA calls warehouse general use on this property within the Rural General Agricultural Zoning District. Since the previous hearing, we have continued to work with the staff and have supplemented the record with additional materials, including an updated operations plan, traffic impact study, commitments, and supporting information to address general concerns. The site currently sits on 25 acres containing remnants of a landscaping business and is situated in an area characterized by a mixture of agricultural activities, rural residential uses, and agricultural support operations. This request is not for a large industrial park, distribution hub, or high-intensity commercial operation. Rather, it is a request to allow a warehouse use within buildings and operational parameters that are aligned with the intended agricultural use. The requested relief is limited to this property and does not change the zoning classifications of surrounding parcels. The site has been planned to function safely and efficiently while minimizing impacts on neighboring properties. We have gone around and inputted as much as we could from input from neighbors. As reflected in the conceptual rendering, we feel the design adds to the rural character of the area rather than takes away. In addition, we have voluntary proposed commitments that will govern how the property is operated. These commitments provide enforceable limitations and assurances beyond what would otherwise be required. In addition to commitments submitted, I would also like to add a commitment of when the loan is paid off, that storage operations will cease and operations will be 100% agricultural. Our objective has been straightforward: create a use that is operationally successful while adding value to the community. Traffic is one of the primary concerns when evaluating a use variance, and we understand that. The traffic analysis was intended to evaluate the impact of proposed use on local roadways and to determine whether the surrounding transportation network can accommodate anticipated traffic. Our position is that the evidence demonstrated that the proposed operation can occur without creating unreasonable traffic impacts or compromising public safety. I recognize there may be concerns about whether a warehouse use is appropriate in an agricultural zoning district. The master plan calls for uses agricultural in nature. With the limitations put in place, we feel this project is agricultural in nature. The board is not being asked whether warehouses should be permitted everywhere in ag zoning. The question before the board is whether this particular property with its unique characteristics and proposed operational limitations is appropriate for the requested relief. We believe that it is. We respectfully submit the approval of the variance can be granted without being injurious to the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare without substantially affecting the use and value of surrounding properties. Thank you for your time and consideration. We appreciate the staff review process. Jonathan, you've been great. The commitments received from the neighboring property owners, thank you. And the opportunity to present this request to the board. Thank you. At this time, we respectfully request approval of petition 2026-15UV, and I would be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you, appreciate it. Fellow board members, do you have any questions?
You talk about storage of agricultural equipment in these buildings. You've used tractors and farm machinery. However, a lot of farm machinery is larger than these doorways that you're proposing. If I remember, 14-foot doorways.
Okay.
I just feel like you're limiting yourself quite a bit on what you can store in that if you're trying to store agricultural equipment. These are, what, 14 by 50, if I remember?
So 14.5 by 50.
14 and a half, I'm sorry.
Yep.
And how tall are the doorways?
How tall? 14 feet. So 12 by 14 is, but doorways, openings can be changed, so.
It just seems a little bit tight for some of this larger farm machinery that most folks around here, I mean, the days of the little John Deere tractors are kind of gone, but seems a little small. And then you said after you were done with the storage, or you paid off.
Once the loan is paid off.
Once the loan is paid off, and then what are you going to do with the buildings?
What's that?
What are you going to use the buildings for then?
I'm going to turn them over to the operations of the equestrian center.
Western Center is then going to use them for more stables?
Well,
or more
so
hay
more
storage?
storage for trailers, members of their facility, things to put them in as well. And also I proposed not paving the facility, keeping it gravel. So if later down the road development needs to occur, it's pretty easy to take the post-frame buildings apart.
I think you're gonna find with the development plan with the town, you're gonna need to pave it.
What was that? I didn't catch that.
I think you'll find when you get to the development plan stage with the town, you're probably gonna have to pave the entire project if it gets that far here. At 143 units, at an average of 500 sounds like you'll get this paid off pretty quick if you get it rented out, so.
Well, so right now at 143 units, 550, so it's actually really close. You're looking at a $6.5 to $12 million loan. Your payment on that alone is going to be $55,000 to $100,000 a month.
I'm just looking at the basics of it here.
Oh, I was trying to answer. My bad.
That's all I got so far.
You referenced in your testimony that there were unique characteristics that caused you to ask for this, but I'm not sure you defined for us the unique characteristics. So if I missed that, forgive me, but what unique characteristics are there that we need to consider?
So really, it's the residential properties to the north and south. They have requirements that they wanted, not removing trees, but then also in that to create a cash flow that could justify the equestrian center. We looked at other options, so if you wanted to do hogs or chickens, neighbors were not favorable to that answer. But then also, there's I think a 1,320-foot offset that you have to be from residential buildings for that classification. So you're limited, but in exploring that, the neighbors wouldn't want that at all. And to me, that's more industrial than what I'm proposing. What we propose is what I felt like was the least impact and would help the neighbors out the most for what we're trying to do. We're limiting as far as access. You come in the units, you're not going to see people inside there. We're going to have fencing, completely enclosed, no outside parking. Again, the idea is the least amount of impact, and I've literally gone door to door trying to get any recommendations we can, and anything I've gotten I have incorporated, so.
Okay, thank you.
I'm curious, what is the term of the loan?
It hasn't been determined yet, as I haven't determined how many units I'm going to be able to put in there.
Well, what do you've obviously done some pro formas and preliminary numbers based on what we've been presented today. So based on that, what would the term length be?
20-year.
Okay.
You mentioned no power to these buildings, and I understand trying to keep an agricultural feel.
So in recommendation from the fire marshal, just pulling everything out, that cuts down on any fire hazard that would be.
And no storage of explosive materials. However, I saw you had campers and there is a listed
Okay.
storage unit or something you're looking at storing. Are they going to remove their, because most campers have an LP tank in them in some fashion, are they going to remove those LP tanks prior to storage then, or?
I can have them do that, yes.
Okay. And then most of those type of units are going to want to winterize. I'm just thinking out.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan, by giving the use variance, you know, this doesn't have to stay equestrian. These storage units could be used for a lot of different things.
To the petitioner's credit, he has placed commitments that he's entered that would restrict, that would limit the use, right? So to his credit, the answer to your question would be yes. Generally speaking, had he not submitted commitments, and you approved the use of warehouse general, that person would have been allowed to store and operate freely under that use. The petitioner has restricted and provided a list of commitments that, and from that component, eliminated our concerns as far as the warehousing component. The other part we had was a concern about, less about the warehousing, which was the issue. Our concern was the continuation of the equestrian component. Our zoning ordinance restricts the uses from starting, but we obviously don't stop uses from continuing, right? And so if y'all were to grant this warehousing operation, our concern was there was nothing preventing the shutting down of the equestrian component. And then essentially you would end up with a parcel full of warehousing, right? I think the petitioner can speak to that part of it, that he addressed that concern from our standpoint.
So we will cease operations if the equestrian center ceases operations. We've committed to that.
I'm not sure if I answered your question or not, but.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are the commitment lists, the prohibitive activities, is that the list that you're pulling from? Is there a separate commitments list that I,
This one, item number 10?
yeah, that's the
Yeah, that's the
prohibitive
list.
activities, okay.
Obviously, some of these are, like outdoor storage is not going to be permitted anyway, right? So he committed to it, but along with the warehousing component, your warehousing is typically internal, right? And there's a separate use for outdoor storage, right? So some of these are obvious things that would not have occurred anyway. Some of them, for example, explosive material storage, if, there's warehousing that has explosive material inside of it, he is agreeing not to warehouse that. So that's something that he's doing above and beyond what would be allowed.
And these are commitments staff feel comfortable with upholding?
Yeah. Or I'll speak for myself. I don't want to speak for Mike Dell,
yeah.
but I'm
I mean, if there's a
comfortable with it.
legal activity, you're not going to be the one
Yeah.
called, but.
And sleeping in vehicles, trailers, and
Yeah.
sleeping in the storage unit, that's something that regardless of this petitioner, we're not going to allow to occur
Right.
anyway, right? So you can't live in a storage unit.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Newton, I just have a couple questions about your commitments and maybe the specificity of them. So if you anticipate that the term of your loan will be 20 years, is the commitment then a 20-year term? Because the loan could be renewed and term extended. So is your commitment 20 years or is it unknown?
As far as,
You said that the warehouse operation would cease when the loan is paid off. The term of the loan could be extended. So I'm just trying to figure out what that means. Does that mean 20 years or does it mean
I'll commit to
30
20,
years?
I'll commit to a 20-year,
Okay.
yeah.
And the same kind of question, your commitment that you've proposed places a limitation that the project will not exceed the original conception plan footprint of 12 farm-style storage buildings. Would you be willing to commit to a square footage as well? Because obviously, you could make buildings bigger, and I don't think that's your intent, but
No, so I could, I don't have the square footage number in my head, but what's on that paper, it would only get smaller from that, and those are 50-foot. I can get the area for that and figure
I think
that out.
I think it's 94,500 square feet is what was in the staff report.
It's 94,000. It started off as a 100,000, but we have gone through revisions and it's been reduced to 94.5.
So in commitment number 4, would you be willing to add to the 12 buildings not to exceed 94,500 square feet?
Is that what was on?
That's the most recent site plan I got from Derek, was
Seems like
94.5.
it's 94,000? Of everything, okay, then yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That would help us enforce it if we ever need it.
Essentially, that picture, it's only gonna get smaller, and do they got the new one? Because we already lost the building, so.
Okay, thank you.
And a question for our council. We're able to grant a variance for a specific use and specific owner that doesn't run with the land?
Right, it's use variance, it's just, it's not a use that's permitted under the current zoning, and so the question is, what you're being asked to do is say, you can have warehousing there, that's the question. And yes, it's just this owner.
Okay. And so we can term limit it, and, okay.
You can impose any conditions that you would like on a grant of a use variance. And as you've heard me talk about before, use variances are rare, but it's a use issue, not a development standards. Like a development standards variance is, it's all use. So the commitments are important, obviously, for that reason.
I also just want to add, just to get ahead of any problems in the future, oftentimes approvals, if y'all elect to approve this, oftentimes we put a statement, substantial compliant with the submitted site plan or the conceptual site plan. I'm concerned that you have submitted a site plan, and although your proposal would be smaller than, is it substantially compliant to what they see tonight? And so I just want to point that out, because if we get approval and y'all are seeing a site plan tonight, my concern is you're going to move forward to Plan Commission with something that's not shown tonight. And if that's an issue, maybe address it tonight prior to approval. Because it has been an issue in the past where we've granted approvals based off site plans that were submitted, and then projects land at Plan Commission, and it's not the same site plan that was presented.
So I'll commit to the same site plan. Any changes will be in congruence with what recommendations they give.
Oftentimes, it's Mike Dell who gets to decide if it is substantially compliant. So if Mike's okay with that, I am okay with that.
Is this considered a site plan?
What I am referring to is
What we have in here as
this.
our site?
This is going to be my bigger concern. What you see on the screen is these, I'm sorry, I did not bring my glasses, and I didn't realize it was going to be this small, but however many buildings are there, coupled with the equestrian component, that's what we're going to see, right? And that's what y'all are seeing tonight. And my concern is if we get to Plan Commission and there's one less building, or the buildings are in different locations, is that substantially compliant? So I just want to make sure we address that, if that's something we're considering.
So one of the buildings already, the larger one, I believe Ron told me that I'm gonna have to shrink that one down. The footprint, though, nothing's gonna change. And from that area right there, it'll only get smaller.
And to the question I think Mr. Fedor would ask next, would we be able to get a commitment that it also looks a lot like?
Will you let me do that? I think they already mentioned something about stone.
Well, that's,
I will commit to that, yes.
Yeah, there's two different renderings included, and this one is much different than the other rendering. There's a little bit more of an isometric, and then obviously you have the high-res rendering, and obviously a much sharper look.
$5,700 difference.
I know how much they cost, yes.
I will say this one, correct, Andy, this is the one that I got this afternoon, right?
This one right here, yes.
Yes.
This is what we're going for. This is the appeal on the street. This is the goal.
and so you would be willing to, if we were to grant a use variance, you'd be willing to commit that the visual look would be?
Yes, the one building, though, like I said, we've already lost that in the design of the pond location.
yeah,
So
I'm
so
talking-
that's where I'm saying it'll be less, it won't be more. And I didn't have time to change that, so.
No, I understand that, but I think.
But the
we're-
building right behind it's gonna look the same. I'm gonna have the same barn doors on it, still the same, like I said, everything the same, just maybe less.
But the same visual style, if not. Okay.
Just like that
Okay.
is what we're going for.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? Josh, you mentioned needing paving. Is that something that would go through planning commission, that might be something
Yeah,
that will come
I
up?
might be wrong, Mike,
Okay.
but would any commercial building like this need to be a paved driveway?
Paved entrance off the right-of-way, would that be a
Yeah.
requirement? I'm not sure. That would be up to,
I always
yeah.
thought if it went commercial, we were gonna have to pave it.
yeah, I'd rely on the Public Works to determine that.
I'm pretty sure it's going to have to be paved. It's a standard. I think you can, I'm going to use the word waiver. You can defer the pavement for up to 1 year, I believe, to allow for gravel, I think, but they don't have to grant that. I think the requirement at Plan Commission is that it has to be paved, and then they can possibly, depending on the conversations that y'all would have, y'all might be able to get a waiver for up to a year to allow it to be gravel, I think. All that would have to be hashed out prior to approval of the development plan, though, so.
Do you guys have any other questions? No? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public. If you wouldn't mind sitting down, and probably call you back up later, but I'm going to call out individually, as you guys have written your name here, if you could just try not to repeat what other people have said, and I'll begin. So first person I have is Beth Hines. If you could state your name and address.
I'm Beth Haynes. I live at 11725 East, 100 North. I am not here tonight to question Good Venture Farms not being able to conduct their stable and arena business on this particular piece of property, since it is already zoned agricultural. They have a wonderful reputation, and they provide a wonderful service to its clients. And they would not impact our area and would not affect our property values. I am here tonight as the petitioner is seeking a variance to allow commercial warehouse operation in an ag zone. Thus, it appears as a separate entity from the stable and arena operation. As your staff report states, commercial warehousing is not allowed in an ag zone. Since no zoning hardship exists, this sets a precedence for future variance requests for business entities which do not show a hardship due to zoning. Again, as the staff report states, the hardship cannot be due to a self-created need for a variance. I'm a retired educator, and I worked in an elementary school that had classrooms of severe and profound students, mild and mentally handicapped students, and emotionally disturbed students. I understand the need for this type of program. I have no qualms about it. It would be wonderful on that piece of property, but without warehouses. I know there are other therapeutic riding centers in the area, including Good Ventures that I know of. And I know Mr. Newton seems very passionate about this program, but I really think that this particular piece of property is not the one for it.
1 minute.
I think the warehouses may affect my value as I live around the corner from it, and I will be able to see the warehouses from my property. And I have some questions that arose when I read the original proposal. What happens if Good Ventures decides they economically cannot keep paying the rent for this second facility? And Mr. Newton said he was going to have a 20-year mortgage. So what if they back out before he's finished paying it off? And my other question with that was, what happens to the warehouses since these are two independent businesses?
Time.
Okay.
You finished your, how many questions more do you have?
I just have a few more.
Okay, let me,
Okay. Will a stable caretaker be on the property in the evening? What happens if the horses get loose and meander into the woods at the back of the property and into our crops, which we 50-50 farm with one of the other petitioners here? Why are the warehouse hours of operation so late, especially having neighbors on either side? My other thing was the rental of the units. If somebody had an RV and they were in a unit with no power or lights and they need to recharge a battery, they're kind of up a hill and they're working in a cave, a dark cave. And again, as Mr. Fedor mentioned, some of these units are not large enough to get farm equipment into. And will enough acreage be set aside for pasture to meet the ordinance of number of acres per horse? And lastly, Hamilton County legal drain runs through that property and has a 75-foot easement on either side of it for a total of 150 feet. Will this affect the number of warehouses and their placement that the petitioner wants to build on the property? And then it is my hope that the board will adhere to the new comprehensive plan, which time, money, and public input were put into to protect our agricultural land, neighborhoods, and homes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
thank you. I'll just quickly state that anything that's decided tonight does not set precedent. We address cases individually, so there is no precedent. That is not a thing in BZA. So every case is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Thank you. Pamela, can you please step up and say your name and address?
My name is Pamela Sugar, and my husband and I, Gary, reside at 650 North 1200 East, and we're just 2 drives past this property. And I am in opposition with the many buildings and the storage unit business that's proposed in this residential area that is considered ag. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Newton. Oh, not you. Lauren. Could you come up and state your name and address?
Hi, I'm Lauren McGee. I live at 9692 Autumn Way, Zionsville, Indiana. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. I'm a parent, rider, and instructor at Good Venture Farms, and I'm also a Zionsville resident. So I think I could stand up here forever, give you a dissertation of the benefits of horseback riding and what Good Venture Farms would give to our community, but that's not what we're debating tonight. We all agree that a horse barn adding to a historical equestrian community is a good thing. The proposed storage barn add a different element, yes, to this equestrian facility, to a point, but most agricultural facilities have some sort of storage barns on their property and facility. The design of these storage barns mirror the barns and in no way resemble a typical storage warehouse like we've seen built behind neighborhoods in Zionsville, such as Stonegate. When my family and I moved to Zionsville in 2019, we were drawn to the rural landscape, the small town feel, and the great school system. Beyond my personal investment in Good Venture Farms, I would be ecstatic to see rural Zionsville used for agriculture, a need for another horse barn in our community, and also used for storage, beautiful barns, complementary to the agricultural feel of Zionsville, where residents can store RVs, boats, whatever they need to store, and not go to other communities. This would also prevent another build of neighborhoods and gas stations, which we continuously see being built in Zionsville. So I strongly support this variance being passed tonight and would be happy to take other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany?
Hi, I'm Brittany Steff. I live at 1255 South 900 North. No, I don't. 1255 South 900 East Zionsville. That's where the Fabers used to live. You guys know where it is. Anyway, shoot, that's Lauren's dog. Okay, anyway, when my son, who's now 9, 2 years ago, asked to start horseback riding lessons, something that I did when I was growing up in Hamilton County, one of the things that drew us to the barn community was the sense that it was part of a wider rural community, and that is something that drew us to move from the Eagle Creek area to move here to Zionsville eventually. To the point that 3 of us now ride, and we are, as a family, part of the broader barn community. Horse people, like barn people and farm people and rural Boone County in general, are good neighbors, or at least that's what I've found. Even when we disagree, we're pretty respectful. We generally live and let live. They're supportive, selfless, generous, caring, to the point of almost absurdity, and there when you need them. What I like about what the board has said about this variance is that it is not a slippery slope, that's not a thing. We can have ice cream for dinner tonight, and that doesn't mean that we're ever going to have ice cream for dinner again. This is just a thing that happens once. But what I like about the proposal to this one variance is that it serves a broader swath of the community. I like that what the proposal is at pains to propose is that they're pretty barns. We just built a barn, and it was such a pain, but that is a good thing because it meant that things were pretty and that we were doing things slowly and consciously and honoring what we want our community to be. I, like a lot of you, drive through Carmel a lot, and I really like Carmel. It's a nice place, but I don't want Zionsville to look like Carmel. I want Zionsville to be Carmel. And I would much rather see storage sheds than anything else, especially if they're pretty and they look like my barn or they look like a lovely barn. I like Zionsville's rural character. I'm also glad we're meeting tonight. I'm glad we're talking about this, and I'm glad we're taking it slowly, thoughtfully, and strategically. That's how development should be. I like the idea of our barn being more convenient to the community. I like the idea of it being more accessible to people. And I like the idea of this serving the community as a multi-use space. I think there's a long history of rural people offering our city and suburban neighbors a place to park their stuff. But I also like the idea of it not being visible from the road. I like it being behind a pretty barn facade. I'm hopeful that we can all kind of find a way forward to make everybody happy, preserve the character and charm of our community, and I hope we continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hasewinkle, did I say that right?
Pretty close. Yeah, my name's John Haswinkle. My wife Chris and I own the property 11615 East, 100 North, and our property is north and west of that, probably have the most frontage line to the subject property. We oppose the commercial buildings for this. It's clearly not ag. I would venture to say that any farmer that wanted to store equipment is going to build his own building. As Josh had said earlier, these aren't going to accommodate a combine or big spraying equipment, tillage equipment. So I think the little bit disingenuous to build this off as at ag-related. I don't think many farmers would store equipment there at all. So I think this is clearly using a commercial property to pay for the horse facility. Have no problem with the horse facility, but it seems wrong for me to allow this commercial property to pay for it. I just think it's not what the intended use is, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim? So sorry, just Thompson. I don't have the best finish of either, but.
Barbara Thompson. I live at 11722 East 100 North with my husband Mitch. We live across the street from the Haswinkles and the Haynes. And this, we are both opposed to this development very much, not because of the horses at all. We have horses, we love horses, had horses all my life, and I know how hard financially it would be to sustain on the value of this property without the storage warehouses. I was always told if you ever want to become a millionaire in the horse business, you better start out as a multimillionaire. But that aside, I think the warehouses would just be very much of a distraction to our little rural community. Like everyone else here has said, it doesn't fit in with the zoning. I know that you take it case by case, but it still opens up warehouses in our neighborhood. And I don't understand why they would need to be open until 11 o'clock at night. If you're storing boats and campers, we have a camper. I know that you're going to need a generator probably to get it going. So how many people are going to be running generators that night, getting ready for their camping trip the next morning? I don't believe that any farmers would store their equipment in these facilities. It just doesn't seem like the right fit for our area. So we very much oppose the warehouse piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy, would you like to come back up and? I'm sure there's maybe comments that you want to make, but I have a couple questions. Is there any comments you want to make after?
Just that for the agricultural piece, I've tied myself to the equestrian side. If it ceases, I cease. When the 20-year loan's done, I'm turning it over. This is going to give someone an opportunity that otherwise would not be able to quit her jobs and do something that has been her dream. And like I said, I'm just fortunate to be a vessel to hopefully make that happen. But as far as do I answer the questions directly that
you can say whatever you want.
Well, I didn't have
You don't need to answer any questions. I just wanted to give you a chance to say anything that you wanted to.
And that's the biggest thing is that, Google, Meta, they won't tie themselves to what they're trying to do. I'm committing to financial resources and everything to make this happen. And again, it is equestrian, so in nature.
I'd like to add, I'm Leah. I'm the owner of Good Venture. Hello, thank you.
You could just state your name and address.
Yep, my name is Leah Bonaventura. I live at 2665 South 650 East. Brittany, you did that to me. Thank you. I own Good Venture Farm. Some of my riders came out today. Something I just like to mention when you guys talk about farmers, like I totally understand what's a farmer. So my boyfriend over there, he has tractors, trailers, everything you could think of. He would store something like that somewhere here. Just because you're a farmer doesn't mean you own a giant combine, doesn't mean you own, certain material. People see themselves as a farmer having a zero-turn, honey, that you have 2 or 3 of them sitting in the driveway that need to go in a storage barn. Yes. If he could have somewhere to store those, that would be great. If he had somewhere we could store them close where he could drop them off and check on them, that'd be fabulous. I think that they're beautiful looking. I think it adds to the aesthetic. I don't think it draws anything away to what we do. I think Andy's done a wonderful job, and it's small, it's family run. My family, Barn family, Andy's family. It's a beautiful, beautiful accent to the community. That's my 2 pieces. Oh, the horse is getting out. Horses get out all the time. Worry about the ordinance about having horses on land. So my horses go out on a rotation. They don't live outside. They won't have horses living. I won't have horses living outside. They live in the stalls. They go out to graze for about 4 to 6 hours a day. So I will have fencing. We have fencing in place. I will also have a hot wire going around the fencing to keep them in place. I can't account for Mother Nature. I wish I could control her sometimes. I can't. If it knocks down a fence, that horse is going to get out. My horses are all friendly, so you could go up to them and say, hey, whoa, and just walk right up to them. They will be wearing halters. I wouldn't be concerned about a horse getting out unless Mother Nature came through or some drastic measure happened. But my horses live inside. They go out in a rotation, 4 hours. There's somebody on the property during hours of operation. After hours of operation, no one's living on the property. It's going to be secured circuit so we can watch the horses. So you don't have to worry about, anybody that you don't know pulling in and out at certain hours. My hours are limited. I do have a life outside of the barn. So surprising to all you guys, I do have a life. So it won't be all hours at night. I won't ride horses out in an arena. I won't have spotlights. I'm not going to have a rodeo. It's not going to be a pick-apart. It's going to be a place where kids, adults can come and they can have their passion shared with me and my other barn family. What else about the barn getting out? Anything? The questions? Oh, yeah.
We can't take testimony from the audience, please.
I'm sorry, I was just hearing the questions. I apologize.
I have
Yeah.
a couple questions for Andy.
Yeah,
if
absolutely.
If you're done.
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did have a question. I think I was confused on the relationship between Good Venture and you. So is technically Good Ventures your tenant, and there's a lease in place? A land lease, or there will be?
Yeah.
So what term length of a lease? That's a pretty big partnership to not have any kind of lease in place currently. I would think that you guys would have negotiated terms on what that looks like.
As far as, the intention is that she takes this over, so, I'd be willing to do a 20-year term lease if that
Right, we want,
appeases the board.
once all of this got passed, we had agreed to sit down and make that agreement. The intention is for me to eventually take over the whole property. That's gonna be where I put my roots in the ground and live.
When you say take over the whole property, you mean buy the whole property or like lease the whole property?
Take over the loan.
Take over the loan?
Correct.
Take
Okay.
over ownership. She would love to put a house out there one
Right.
day, and that be her property.
Okay.
And, right, you don't always have to be a multimillionaire to get into the horse business. It's the community that you build. It's the people that support you. I've built a wonderful barn family, and the support's there. So, no, you don't have to be a multimillionaire to be a horse person. I'm not looking to do that. But what I am looking to do is have an opportunity for people to come share my passion. And if they want to store their trailer that they keep at home, I got a spot for them. So.
I am a little confused as to why the hours of operation is so late. I thought that before, 11 o'clock is late for a family. I'm just
Well,
curious.
just people getting back with their camper, give them an opportunity to get into there and get stored from a trip or something. I'd be willing to reduce that if that appeases.
I'm just curious. I wouldn't want to live
And then
by
the same
Sunday.
thing with the hours early. If someone has a fishing boat, just coming in early that's the idea.
Elaborate on that a little bit. With 11 o'clock, it's dark, even in the middle of the summer. You have these long rows of buildings with no electrical back there, no safety lights, no security.
So there's lights out front. So you'll be able
I
to see
thought I
going
read somewhere
in
there was no electrical in the buildings.
inside.
Okay.
So the
Misunderstood
idea
that.
is you want to reduce a plug-in for people because that's an extra fire hazard.
In the rendering, it shows lights outside of each barn door. In the rendering.
Okay.
I'm just asking, because you said
So
this
that's what I'm saying.
rendering was going to look like
There's nothing
this.
inside of the buildings. All that's exterior.
Okay,
Now,
so there's
through
lighting
Planning
exteriorly.
Commission, they may have requirements that we may have to add lights in there. I haven't got that far yet. But like I said, right now, the light's on the exterior, and we're trying to face everything inside, everything's enclosed.
Okay. So when Josh asked about getting a trailer back there at 11 o'clock at night when it's pitch black, there will be lights at every door
Yes,
so they can?
there's
okay.
lights. There's lights inside the
Got
facility,
it.
yes. You'll be able to see
The
once you
lights
get in.
stay on 24 hours?
So we're probably going to put them on like a motion sensor so that they turn off, and then when everyone's gone, they can turn off. Again, Plan Commission will probably have some requirements, and I'll have to abide by that, but the intent is motion activated.
Well, forgive me, but I think any requirements about your operations actually have to be done here. I don't think the Plan Commission can do a lot about that. They can talk about paving or
Well, I
not
thought
paving.
requirements for lights, they don't control.
They will have comments on that. You've got 2 planning commission members sitting on BZA right now, so.
And I have a concern, and perhaps staff can help me with it, that if it was reaching Plan Commission stage when it comes to lighting, even if your intent right now or the modest lighting scheme you show directly here on the buildings, does staff think that this would hit on the planning commission side, and all of a sudden, we're talking about 30-foot structures in the air to provide lighting like other uses have in their parking lots.
The proposal would have to comply with the town's, light standards, and that would be confirmed during the development plan review. Does that answer?
Yes, it answers that it would have to comply. Could we write a restriction that said, this is the only lighting scheme we would approve?
Yes, I believe so. You can establish a standard that's more restrictive.
More restrictive.
Yeah, not less.
Okay.
Like me to commit to?
I'm kind of doing a little discovery.
okay.
I mean, these are always, these are just difficult to do, because if we're at all going to consider this, the operations of the property and the agreement get set here. And we've seen that done badly.
I also want to add to that, Jim, because you're going through your process, I want you to keep going, but getting back to the lease, that's an important factor to me, because I do love the equestrian piece of this, and I have a kid in occupational therapy, and I know how good horses can be for that, and it's a wonderful thing. But, making sure that transfer happens, like, at that 20-year, there's a commitment for a 20-year, but there's no lease in place. That is to be negotiated once they get through planning commission or this gets approved. So that, for me, is one that I would want a commitment from.
Muddy the water a little bit. This follows with Andy. The commitments are going to follow with the landowner, with the property owner. When it shifts ownership.
Well, we can
these-
have it
or
limited.
Everything starts from scratch again, doesn't it?
Right, that's true. Assuming they have that agreement executed, that he does actually gift her it once the loan is paid off.
Are we,
Yeah,
I've got.
please.
So there was a concern, or a question brought up about full-time help, and that led to another concern. I've been to a lot of horse barns, and there's always an apartment somewhere where there's a full-time barn help living on the premises. Is this going to be an occurrence, or is there going to be full-time living on the property? Because I ask, because they have their pluses and minuses. The pluses, there's somebody there all the time. The minuses, there's somebody there all the time.
So for the recording, was that a no?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Correct. There's no one's going to be living in, there's no apartments or living stable or.
No.
You can speak into the microphone if you would.
I was going to say, I am there all the time, but I'm not going to live there.
Okay. And what were the hours of operations again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was, let's see, how 5 to 11 weekend.
I think it was 5 a.m. to 11, if my memory serves.
All week, or is that?
5 to 10, Monday to Friday, 5 to 11, Saturday and Sunday.
And
For the
that's for
storage.
the storage. My facility, I don't.
Could you speak into the
Yeah,
microphone?
that's
Sorry.
for the storage. My facility, we won't be running that late. I mean, my last lesson, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., Monday through Friday. Saturday and Sunday, it's the same, so I should say Sunday to Sunday. I don't stay there after 9. Only time I'm going to come back is if I see something on the cameras that one of my ponies have gotten out and are wandering the hallways.
And
Go
then,
ahead, Josh.
I'm sorry, one more, there was a drainage easement brought up in your findings of facts, as well as a remonstrator brought it up. Can you elaborate a little bit on this drainage easement that runs through the property?
Can I have my engineer speak to that?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
He'd come up and state his
State
name
your
and address.
Eric Gordon with Spaceco. We're located at 3850 Priority Way South Drive in Indianapolis, Indiana. The legal drain that runs through our property is right at the tail end of the Jacob Shoemaker drain. It is our property and then the parcel just north, and then everything drains south into Hamilton County. So it's a fun situation with us being right on the county line. Getting to coordinate with both Boone County and Hamilton County. We met with them last week and that'll be a continuous conversation until we get county approval from both parties, along with Zionsville approving the drainage. So all three will be able to review. Standard relocation for legal drains is a 30-foot drainage easement. We will pick it up where it hits our property line there at the north and reroute around our operation to the south property line where through our development it'll be a 30-foot drainage easement, and then north and south of that it will be the 75-foot on each side, being a total 150.
You've made communications with Hamilton County and Boone County surveyors' offices.
Yes, we've
kinda came
been
up with
in
some sort
conversation
of
with them.
Workaround.
Yep.
Okay.
Met with them over the emails over the past couple months and sat down with them last week.
And then I got one more question for you, Andy. This is ag, this is farmland. I mean, everything up through here, it's been ag my whole life. And you were saying you're wanting to store agricultural equipment here. If we limited this to just agricultural equipment, so we could stay within the agricultural mindset, no boats, no trailers, or no flatbed trailers, no RVs, no anything but agricultural equipment, would this business model work?
So right now, I don't think so. One of the things I am doing, though, is offering a discount for ag equipment. And then I'm also offering a period where I will not offer it to the general public as well. Should we fill up everything at that time, then, I mean, I'll make a commitment that we don't need the other side. I'm willing to state that. But I don't know. What I'm scared of is limiting that income and getting a loan and not being able to repay it. And it's kind of the safeguard to make all this happen.
Like I said, that would get it to my mind that, hey, I can get my head around this being an agricultural use, if it was strictly used for agricultural equipment. But I'm afraid what I'm looking at here is RV storage and boat storage. It's a tremendous need in this community. It happens on a lot of farms around here already, and quite frankly, no one's turned them in. When they get turned in, they'll have to address it. But I guess tell me how this isn't going to be boat storage and RV storage, because to me, that's what it looks like to me.
So again, just the offering, $100 a month cheaper to ag residents. I'm trying to entice and give incentives to the agricultural community.
I appreciate that. I'm just, you know.
So where the large building is at up here on the screen, if I made a commitment to shrink that down, which I think the fire marshal said we're going to have to, if I added another building in there, put in large doors, offered it free, made that commitment. Because really the biggest thing to farmers, I think, holding them up is the cost. I think your husband mentioned that to me. I'd be willing to construct another building in there and offer it free to agricultural combines, anything large of that nature. And
I don't think your business model is going to work too well if you're offering free storage. So, I
Well,
think
if he's got the margin to do it, Josh, let him.
But I guess my thing is, like I said, I can get my head.
It's not a good business idea.
Okay.
I'm being honest with you. Honestly, it'd be better to go across the street and build a whole bunch of storage units in the industrial area that's going to be zoned for that, but it's not about that. And that's my whole intent for this whole thing is it's not about the money. It's about me getting an opportunity to help someone. I'm a builder. I'm literally going to be building these with my own two hands. I've hired a guy to help me already. We've got Amish on board to help out as well. This is going to be a true, and again, I'm going to quit my job. This is what I want to do. I would like to help people, and when she's at the point where she's able to take it over, I'd like to go do something else positive as well. So again, I've heard from many people this is not a good business decision. It is not, but it's more than a business decision. So.
Josh hit all your points, Jim.
You did.
Yeah, I think you got me
I
covered.
kept crossing things off every time you asked a question.
Oh, well, see, great minds think alike.
Yeah.
For me to even wrap my head around this, for me, the transfer from a 20-year loan to make sure it stays like Good Venture, that the use drops off, is something that I feel like needs to be in there, if this is even something that can even move forward from my standpoint. That would be a contingency.
I'm unclear on what happens to the storage facilities once the loan is paid off for the arena and you no longer require them as a source of income. What exactly is going to happen? You said you're going to use those storage facilities for your barn equipment? And is that going to fill all of them? What's going to happen to buildings that you no longer need, that you are no longer using?
So the Amish will come and take them down.
They'll remove them?
So the post-frame construction is relatively easy to take down and reuse, and probably be donated, honestly.
I'd like to keep a few up for extra storage for, if I have any horses that I need to move out, need to move in another area. So it would be used for another area of horse barns if I could, but I mean, it's, like he said, they would be taken down.
Are these concrete foundation buildings then, or are they going to be gravel? Are
Say
we
again?
talking gravel floors in these buildings, or are they?
Concrete.
Concrete, okay. So when the buildings come down, the concrete will be busted up, removed, and
If they don't need the building, that's, like I said, it wouldn't be mine at that time.
I'm not keeping the concrete.
And just out of curiosity, so there's going to be lighting on the outside of these storage units?
That's the intent
But there's
right now.
no electrical on the interior of the units for anyone to use for personal use? How do the doors open? Are they going to be?
They're manual.
Okay. With just a lock?
So you have a padlock you put on it, and then take the padlock off, pull the latch open, and you go down, and you lift it up and roll it up.
I'm thinking of self-storage units that I've been in and around. They usually have more site security than I see here. More substantial fencing that isn't the gentle kind to keep horses in, but is built to keep people out. Many of them do elect to have someone staying on site, at least larger properties, and I don't know where that cutoff is. But when you talk about site security and the security of people's contents and the any comfort of the neighbors, that it's not an attractive place to go thief from, how do you manage that?
So right now, we're going to have security with cameras, and then we're also going to have a gate for access, kind of where they're showing the gate right now with sliding that building back. There'll be an access gate to get in and out of the facility.
Okay, so not showing on here, it'd be another gate
There's a
somewhere
gate
after
shown
that.
on there, but it's going to be
closed.
probably
Yeah,
further back.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
So.
so the people taking lessons won't have access to the storage facility. There'll be a separate gated, okay.
So she's going to have access, she's going to keep equipment and some few things in there and whatnot, but not her. Yes.
I'm not sure I have any more questions. I know we need to have
Yeah,
our
I just,
discussions, but.
I think just if we could revisit like the factors,
Yeah.
and head back to, fair market value, necessary hardship, and focus on those and. Yes, you guys can sit down. You guys have any other questions?
No,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry, thank you.
It's very sincere people, I think, trying to do good things here. And it always makes it difficult because it comes back to the unnecessary hardship question. If my memory serves, which is imperfect, this, I think, is the third use we've seen at BZA here proposed for this property. And if it was a world that I had to pick out of one of those three and I was a neighbor, I would probably want to pick this one. But that isn't really how we make our decisions. Somebody will have to walk me through the unnecessary hardship. I've been trying to wrap my brain around, and it was mentioned by several people who testified that there are plenty of ag operations that, have some storage, but that's different than having a, 94,500 square feet of dedicated storage facility in the next 20 years. And I think unnecessary hardship's tough, so how do we make it fit under ag is the question, and I know Mr. Fedor is making a run at that with contemplation of what limits of what could be stored on the property. But that right now is where my hangup is.
Yeah, I'll elaborate on what Jim just said. A lot of farmers have buildings, but they don't rent the storage out. They're using it for their own equipment, and normally if you go in them, they're crammed to the gills with their own equipment. But they don't rent the storage out. That's a different beast right there. So I'm right there though with you as well. I'm trying to get around 3 and 5 are the two that I have trouble with. I don't see anything particular unique about this property that requires this, nor can I get around the unnecessary hardship. This is it's a farm field there's not very much unique about it. A lot of farm fields have drainage easements that run through them. So I think it's a great project. I would love to see this in an area that's more suited zoning for it. It's a great layout, but I don't know if this is the place for it.
Question to staff. If this was just equestrian and it was barn storage for, trunks and things like that for their horses, is that an approved use under this?
Yes. I'm going to go back to a previous concern y'all had about if the warehousing operation were to cease, what would the buildings be used for, right? The buildings, we are concerned with the use of the buildings, right? These buildings, in this case, in this period of time, are warehousing, which is causing the issue. Once the buildings are constructed, unless y'all guys place some parameters on the use of these buildings or some condition saying you have to remove them at a certain time, our planning office, we don't have what I have historically seen in other offices, which is a change of use, right? So once the building is erected and y'all approve this project, or if y'all were to approve it, 15 years from now, if there's no conditions on it, let's say the warehousing was to stop, as long as a use that's permitted in ag was to move into that facility, I'm just going to make something up because a commercial greenhouse is a permitted use, right? So let's say the warehousing operation ceased in 10 years for whatever reason. There are numerous uses permitted by right in the ag zoning district that could relocate into these empty buildings. Now, there could be other issues from a fire standpoint, from an engineering standpoint, some internal improvements that would have to be made. But from a zoning standpoint, we look at the use. And if the buildings were to be vacant and a new person wanted to move in, we would look at what are they wanting to do, right? Is it a greenhouse operation? That's a permitted use. Is it another warehousing facility? That's not. And so they would have to come back to you guys, depending on the use, to get approval. In this case, they're saying they're going to remove the buildings. So that would take care of that, right? But yeah, they could build these buildings. They don't, if they were only proposing stables, they wouldn't be here tonight. They could build stables within the parameters of the development standards, and they'd need no approvals from the board. They would just go to the plan commission and get a development plan approval, and then start construction. That answer your question?
Yes, it did, thank you.
can't say I like my position, but I'll put numbers on it. I struggle with number 4, which is the unnecessary hardship, and I struggle with the number 3, which is the condition procured or the property involved requires the variance. And that's where I am. I don't know if anybody else has more they want to say or.
That's hard for me too. I mean, I know a lot of people who own horses who pay crazy for barn storage and to store their horses. I mean, it's wild. So makes the fact that a boat or a RV would pay more than them, that's hard for me to wrap my head around, that wouldn't be a profitable model, since the true intent is to support the equestrian center, which I love. So, yeah, that's hard.
I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready to hear,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. I move that docket number 2026-15-V UV, variance of use to permit a warehouse general facility in a rural general agricultural AZ zoning district for property at 526 North 1200 East Zionsville be denied as presented and described.
Second.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Amanda Miller.
Aye.
Katie Glenn.
Aye.
Motion passes. The petition is denied.
Thank you. Okay.
Sucked because it's a good project. Yeah, sucks because it's a good project.
Just realized. Okay, we'll move on to case 206, or 2026-16 UV. Another use variance. I will let staff present.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. I'm hopeful my internet is working now. I'm running this off of my cell phone, so if it's a little slow, forgive me. But here we go. Use variance pursuant to, again, 194082, Table 2, to allow for a vet, animal hospital, or clinic in the rural single and two-family residential zoning district. There is history to this site. I'm sure all of y'all are familiar with the site and the history that's come through BZA in the past. Here's a brief summary of it on page 1 of the staff report. The request, you'll see the subject site is currently 17.4 acres to be exact. If this request is approved, there will be a 5-acre section that is subdivided from the overall 17.4 acres, as shown in this exhibit on the screen. And the 5 acres is actually the subject site of the use variance request. The clinic and the operations associated with that clinic would be on the 5-acre tract, not on the entire 17-acre parcel. The subdivision would be allowed by right. Our zoning ordinance has a clause that's a one-time lot split exemption, and the petitioner, the owner, would take advantage of that one-time lot split exemption in the zoning ordinance to create the 5-acre tract of land. This would not need Plan Commission approval, so you wouldn't see this subdivision at Plan Commission. The petitioner submitted a plan of operation as well as some conceptual, as close as possible, but still conceptual, both site plan and elevations of the facility. And again, here you'll see, key to note that the 5 acres is going to be outside of the MRO, so it would not be subject, the development would not be subject to the MRO standards, okay? And then as far as the analysis as to, is this the proper use for the 5 acres? We looked at the comprehensive plan, both the old one and now the new one. Getting to the staff analysis, I'm going to skip to the questions, and I'm going to address the ones in here where we disagree. The approval will not be injurious to public health and safety. Again, we disagree. We cannot determine, given the information that we had at the time, the impact. As of this writing, we know the request is going to use an estimated structure of 6,000 to 8,000 square feet. But we're trying to give the petitioner an opportunity to present the proposal to you without having to go through the entire plan set of a plan commission submittal. And so with limited information, that's why we landed on that conclusion. The use or value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Again, we cannot determine the impact of the request given the lack of information provided as it relates to the future 5-acre improvements, 5-acre site improvements, which is, again, why we disagreed. The need for the variance arises from a condition peculiar to the property involved. The 5-acre site can be developed for single-family residence. It's already zoned R2. You can build a home at this location. The newly adopted comp plan identifies single-family in this area, and so, again, we disagreed as related to that. Strict application of the zoning ordinance will or will not result in unusual and unnecessary hardship. We disagreed for the reasons listed here on page 6. And then finally, the comprehensive plan. Again, I previously mentioned the new comp plan that was adopted in June identifies this 5-acre site for rural and equestrian rural and estate residential, and the current zoning of R2 already allows for that to occur. And so we don't believe this is aligned with the comp plan. Happy to answer any questions you have on the staff report or any of the exhibits that you have attached to the agenda. If there's no questions, I'll turn it back over to you guys. I do want to mention there were numerous letters of support and I believe some information as it relates to remonstrance that have been attached to the agenda. Some, I believe, were as recently as today. So I wanted to point those out for you.
And Jonathan, it's not ever, I think, that I've seen a BZA petition come to us where you couldn't make a determination because the information hadn't been provided to you. Did you encourage the petitioner to continue and provide you the information? How did we end up here?
They have provided information as it relates to elevations, right? Conceptual elevations, conceptual site plans, which you can see. Let me pull them up here. And on the commitments, right? And this is something that you can see too. Let me pull those up. For example, one of the things would be a known concern by the neighbors, right, of the dogs barking. And so buffering, right? Buffering between ag currently only allows or only requires 40 foot of grass, right? I mean, obviously this, well, I thought I pulled it up, but
forgive me, Jonathan, whatever you're about to show me, was this given to you after you produced the staff report, or is this material?
This material I don't believe was given to me after the staff report, right? I think it was prior to.
I'm going to go back to my question. I mean, you've written twice here, you can't determine the impact because you don't have the necessary information.
We would like to see increased buffer standards, just to be honest with you, because if it is allowed, we know there's issues with the dogs and complaints about the noise. If this is approved with no additional requirements, the only requirement would be 40 foot of grass, right? Or let me look at the chart. The R2 standards.
I can get through that. I mean, I think
yeah,
the answer to the question is that, I mean, you wrote it down. You didn't have
if we had
staff
more,
cannot determine the impact of. I mean, you've written it twice.
Yes, and
okay.
And technically speaking, the system in place, right, the application only requires the submittal of a site plan. And any further things that are above that is really at the discretion or at the expense or the risk of the petitioner, right? And so they submitted a site plan, a conceptual site plan, and anything above that is either at y'all's discretion or at the petitioner's willingness to provide it. And some of that obviously gets expensive, and if it's not needed, then why make the petitioner submit it, right? And
Okay.
I'm not sure if that answers your question or not, but that's why that statement's there.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
Not at this time, no.
Well, I will let the petitioner come up and speak.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Stephen Groth, and it's my privilege to represent Dr. Denise Katz. Before she walks you through her proposal, I wanted to introduce her to you. She's a licensed veterinarian, and her life's work is to provide care for dogs that other people have given up on. These are dogs that require serious medical care. They've been rescued from a shelter and otherwise would be euthanized. Her project is called the Love Pet Project. It's widely recognized. It's a nonprofit animal welfare program, and she runs it at her own cost. For years, she took in the animals, the stray dogs, from the county at no expense to the taxpayers, which allowed those animals to stay in custody shorter and deputies to devote their time to more public safety activities. You will hear from the Sheriff's Department that they strongly support this petition, showing that it has value to the community. You'll also hear from many of her neighbors, almost all of which are in support of the petition, and show that this proposal will not involve extra traffic, extra noise, and any extra problems within the surrounding area. And with that, I invite you to please give Dr. Katz your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, unfortunately, I'm going to have to tell him when to switch slides, but go ahead if you don't mind. Thank you. So, like Steve said, I'm a veterinarian. I spent most of my time practicing in shelter medicine, both at Indianapolis Animal Care Services and the Houston SPCA. I actually set up the whole vet program at IACS, and during my time there, won the Mayor's Performance Award and Meritorious Service Award for my work there. I was an adjunct professor for shelter medicine at Texas A&M. I founded the Love Pet Project in September of 2019 to kind of continue my mission of helping animals. And I also opened Indy Animal Surgery Center in 2023. It's at 116th in Michigan, so I do have a veterinary clinic. I actually have one down south as well. I sit on several advisory boards, including Bailing Out Benji, the Association of Animal Welfare Advancement, and I consult and speak nationally, usually for the American Kennel Club or the AKC, as well as companion animal health. Next slide, please. So something that I do want to make clear, I own every animal on the property. I know we've been here before, I know I've said it, but I have legal documentation, USDA paperwork for every dog that's on my property and puppy. Well, every puppy that's on my property, I don't have any dogs. But that being said, when one of the reasons that I wanted to do all of this is to save the puppies and the dogs that would otherwise be euthanized and not even given a chance. I mean, all these dogs that I get, I would venture to say 70% of them would be dead had I not stepped in. I have a 98.5% live release rate. That was as of 2025, and that's including every animal that enters my property. I do run the Love Pet Project. I founded it, but that is not the only avenue which these dogs find homes. I work with 2 other rescues, one in Chicago and one in Houston, Texas. And those are the other avenues in which these animals find homes, and I have nothing to do with their operations. So that is including everybody who's stepped foot on my property. So this program, the Love Pet Project, is nationally recognized. We have been nationally recognized across many avenues for the impactful work that we do. We're the only program of our kind out in the country, and it's because we work both ends of the problem. So not only do I deal with the animals that I have in my care and making sure they get the best care possible, but we also work very strongly with educating the general public. I have a passion for teaching, so I like to educate students, but also breeders to make sure these problems don't happen again. Another thing that we do, or I do, is I collaborate with universities and specialists to impact dog population as a whole and additional implications to human medicine. So the bulldogs up there represent all the pneumonia puppies that we have. I developed a new treatment protocol for pneumonia, and so through that, we've saved a lot of puppies, other ones that would have succumbed to the disease. And actually, I speak on this a lot with companion animal health because we've brought this modality to other places across the country, and we're seeing an improvement of pneumonia within 1 week radiographically, where previously it would be 6 weeks. The Rottweiler, I'm working on a study right now with Purdue and Tufts University on subaortic stenosis in Rottweilers. And probably the most fun one is the Shiba. We've discovered 2 populations of Shibas through this work that have ventricular septal defects, which happens to be the most common cardiac abnormality in infants. And through this, and hopefully we're gonna get the NIH grant, that we'll be able to use this population of dogs to impact babies. So what we're doing is even more far-reaching than what you can see on my property. We also have several other studies that are published with other treatment modalities we've started with the dogs we use. Next slide, please. But what does that impact here locally in our community? The number one would be working with Boone County Sheriff's Office. You're gonna hear from Captain McLean here soon. And the impact that we had while we were working with them. We can't work with them right now because we got designated a kennel. So I can't have the adult dogs that he has on my property. But we did this at no cost to the taxpayers. You're gonna see a case, the only case I've been able to take in this year, and we had to do it at my other location. But that was because, that again, wasn't at any cost. It would have cost the taxpayers $10,000 for that one dog, and it's something I absorbed by myself. I also assist them in cruelty cases. I've testified for you guys before as well. And then also we help raise money for the retired police dogs, because it came to my attention that once they adopt one, the community ceases to help. And those dogs worked pretty hard for us, so we help raise money for that. But let's get to the property. This is the property in question. So you can see there's a few neighbors here, but the Nelsons are going to be here speaking against. They are the property adjacent, and then the property across the street are the Laviolettes. They will be speaking in support. But I do also really want to point out that right across the street from the property is an active fire station, and right across the 421 is a dump. So also active, and both are community serving operations. To give you a little idea, because this will come in later with noise, where the dogs are currently housed is where that red dot is. That's the home on the property. We are 440 feet from the Nelsons. We're 460 feet from the Laviolettes. Next slide, please. So I just want to give you a little bit of property history. So before I purchased this property, it sat on the market for 312 days. During that same time frame, that other residential houses in Zionsville were being sold in 65 days. I think that clearly demonstrates that this property has never functioned as a normal residential property, which it has been designated by the town. It just never has. Even before I bought it, the historical use was always non-conforming. It was never an R2 property. And so I think that plays a big role. And again, I want to stress the fact that there's other public service uses right there down the street. So saying that we're not in compliance or not along the same lines, I don't believe is true because it's already been approved and it's already being used for that. Next slide, please. Some additional property history. It was used for animal-related activities since 1988. The previous owners that I purchased it from operated their business out of there. They had an equestrian center. There's boarding lessons, people on and off the property all the time. I boarded my own horse there. I purchased the property from them in August of 2020, and since that day, there have been animals on that property with historic support from the neighbors, including the Nelsons. They have a dog for me. They visited my property with that dog several times a day to allow it to play in our fenced-in yard with my other dogs. In March of 2024 is when I requested my first use variance. I'm sure you guys have heard this before.
1 minute.
What? I'm sorry, what did he say?
He was just saying 1 minute.
Oh, I thought I had 15 minutes. Oh, sorry.
It's okay, just, you can continue.
Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. So the whole reason we took that use variance out was because Mrs. Nelson asked us to, essentially, in that zoning appeal. She said, I guess I don't understand why it can't stay the same or the way it was. So, trying to be a good neighbor, we decided to keep it that way. That's what we did. We removed that request. Will you go to 2 slides from there? I'm going to speed this up. So in March of 2025, the Nelsons decided to put in a civil suit against me. So in their request in February of this year, they requested that I move current operations closer to 421, that I request the use variance be for a veterinary clinic, that I create new buildings, and that I sell them 11.6 acres of my land. If you'll go ahead. I agree to all of that except for selling 11.6 acres of my land. I have large animals as well, and I intend to keep that property for that use. I'm moving it closer to 421. I'm asking for the vet clinic, and I will build these purpose-built buildings. If you'll go to the next slide. This again just shows the 5 acres outside the Michigan Road overlay. Next slide.
Dr. Katz, can I interrupt real quick?
Yes.
You do get 15.
Okay,
So
sorry,
you
I
don't
was
have
like,
to fly through.
I was planning on that based on the email. Okay, so property improvements. And I apologize, I thought you had all this beforehand. And so that's where I was a little confused by that too. But the veterinary clinic, we're proposing be 40 by 80 feet. The kennel buildings, there'll be 3 detached ones. They're prefab made by the Amish community, so they're used to this. There'll be 3 of those. All of that together comprises just over 2% of the property we're proposing. Again, this is only asking for this 5 acres. It's not asking for the remaining acreage, which will stay R2, and I will retain ownership of it. And then a parking lot to accommodate 17 vehicles. We never believe we'll ever need that, but it does say that we have to have 1 spot per 3 kennels. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview. That's what our footprint would look like, and that is including play yards in the green square. It's less than what I already have on that site, which is that horse barn. Next slide, please. That's essentially a really small rendering of this, but it's not to scale. It's just to kind of show how the buildings will be faced. Next slide, please. And Jonathan, I thought you had these two, the voluntary commitments. So it was my understanding that we needed to adhere to buffer yard B standards, but we're also saying that we will put privacy fencing around all spaces housing dogs, inside, outside, wherever the dogs are, it will be around there. We're restricting outdoor dog hours, so they'll only be allowed outside between 7 and 7, and they will have automatic doors that lock and doors that we can lock individually. So if there is a nuisance dog, it won't be allowed free access to the outdoors, even during the 7 to 7 time frame. There'll be limited access to the property just as there is now. It's just myself, my family, my friends, and the people that help me take care of my animals. No commercial advertising, no commercial operations. This is not an operating vet clinic in any traditional sense. This is essentially, please let me have my dogs on my property, and I don't want the general public coming in there. I don't want the general public to even know we're there. Noise mitigation, we'll be able to have the appropriate insulation in these buildings, but continue to manage noise, property maintenance, and removal as is, and then we hope to initiate the project within a year, and we say we'll guarantee that it'll be done within 5. Next slide, please. So noise has always been, well, hasn't always, but has recently been the complaint, I should say. What I did after our last meeting here was where you see that star is. I bought a decibel meter that's calibrated, and it lives out there where that star is. So 150 feet from where all the dogs are housed, and 290 feet to the Nelson's front door. And the new proposed building would be 570 feet from them. But that decibel meter is running nonstop. It takes readings every 5 seconds and records them, but during that time, it's 5 seconds, it's picking whatever the highest volume is, and it's running through that. Next slide. So just to give you an idea, when we're talking about sound, 30 to 80 decibels is considered ambient noise. 30 to 40 akin to a library, 40 to 55 a soft conversation, 60 to 75 an active restaurant or general office chatter. These are, the top graph is an aggregate over an entire month of all the times those recordings were taken. And what you'll see is that this is during the day at the top and at night at the bottom. It's actually louder at night. What we did was we also put a microphone attached so we could see what was causing the noise. And the noise at night are the cicadas and bugs and storms that we've been having. The noise during the day when it rises is the lawnmower or people talking in that area. I have llamas housed in that area, so people like to go play in there. But if you'll notice, it never reaches over ambient noise, ever. And this is, again, on my property. By the time you reach the Nelson's front door, outside the front door, not even in their home, it's 4-fold less noisy than that. So that's negligible at this point. Next slide, please. Again, this just shows that, again, this is every day from midnight to midnight, and it never reaches over 70. And just to kind of summarize, next one. I hate to end on something, well, this is going to be happy at the end, but this is the one case that we help Boone County with. I want to be able to help them with more. This is something that happened in our community to this dog, and I believe it's our responsibility to help them. And this is the dog that cost us $10,000, and would have cost the taxpayers that, but mainly because I couldn't do anything on my property. That dog was hospitalized for 2 weeks. I could have done that myself. So this is, it was a hardship for us. It's one of the reasons we can't continue to help them, but we felt it necessary to help in this case. Last slide. This is the pictures of Maeve yesterday. So it took us about 2.5, 3 months to get her to this. And she actually is on her way to her new home today through one of our rescue partners in Chicago. But this is why I want to do what we're doing. I'm willing to take ownership of all these animals, and luckily in the state of Indiana, animals are still property. So no matter the length of time that I own these dogs, they're still my property. I can then choose to give them to somebody else, but during their length of stay at my house, they're still mine. And I want to be able to help dogs like Maeve. I want to be able to help our community. And I want to be able to help dogs as a whole. And so I know we didn't speak as much to hardship and things like that, but the property was already set up for animal use. If I can't use it for that, it renders a lot of the buildings unusable. And then I know that it's been taken away now, but the airport district was right over that property. And my intended use when I bought this property in 2019, or 2020, sorry, was to live on the property. And after I bought it, that was imposed. And since then, I've had to make other arrangements, right? I didn't end up building my house on the property or anything like that. And I get that it's been taken away now, but all those years of me not being able to do that, I had to do something else with the property as well. So this was one of the uses that we did, and I want to stress that we're doing all of this right now. We are not intending to change any operations. It's just I want to be able to help dogs like Maeve and help the community. Right now, we're not labeled a kennel because I only have puppies on my property, but that's I guess what we're asking, and I'm
Thank you.
open to questions.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I do have just a few questions, Dr. Katz. When the sheriff's department brings you a dog, you mentioned you own the dogs out here at this farm. Do you take ownership of that dog when they bring it to you?
Not now. We have not been working with the sheriff's office since this all happened.
In the future, if this was to go through and the sheriff's department brings you a dog?
Correct.
you've
I
said
will
that
take ownership,
You
yes.
don't take ownership at that moment?
Yeah, so our current, well, what we used to do was when the animals came in and they were stray, they stayed at the sheriff's office during their stray hold. As soon as they got off stray hold, Julia would bring them to us, his deputy. And we would go assess them there for them, again, at my cost. I would go, I'd vaccinate them, I'd get them all set up, but they would hold them there because they couldn't be mine yet.
And also in the staff report, we had a building that showed the clinic being 14 by 32, and you mentioned 40 by 80.
So that was an old one.
Okay.
I think there was, I was meeting with Jonathan, probably way more than he would like. So there was different iterations by the time we got to this point.
So, but it is going to be a 40 by 80.
Correct.
I believe I have the most recent updated exhibits online that they're looking at, but if y'all see some revision or some version that's outdated, let me know and I'll get the most recent and show them, okay?
Okay.
You were talking about, I'm just wanted to clarify, but you said that you weren't able to do what you want. You were going to build a residence and you weren't able to do that, so you had to find a different. I'm confused why you couldn't build a house on that property.
So when I finally got full ownership, so after after I purchased it, the owners, part of the deal was the previous owners got to live there for a year. So by the time I got the entire place, I guess, we were in the overlay or whatever what was that called? The
Tier 1.
Michigan Road
Tier
overlay.
one.
Tier 1.
Yeah, we were tier 1 for the airport, which
Airport overlay.
didn't allow you to build another house.
I was just clarifying. But you could renovate that house or tear that down and build another one.
That I don't know. I did not look into that.
I'm just curious. You made it sound like, I just wanted to clarify.
To be fair, I also didn't want to put any additional investments in the property, being that we were in Tier 1 and across the street from the dump, and it didn't sell for over a year. If I was going to live there, that was one thing, but the excess noise was something that scared me.
You would have waited 6 months. You would have gotten a lot of money for that property, probably. It was right on the cusp of everything blowing up, about 50 to 60%. So you bought it at a good time. It's worth a lot more now.
It's questionable due to its location.
No, I would know. Questions?
Well, I mean, you look at some surrounding uses that aren't R2, and I'm sure they're all zoned appropriately and all that. I'm sympathetic to that argument about what's around it. I just don't know that BZA is the right venue, if that's the argument. It seems like a zoning change request more appropriately than a use variance. Had you considered pursuing it in that avenue, and what brought you here and instead of there, I guess?
In speaking with my neighbors, especially the ones that are in support here, they would prefer this use variance be tied to me because they know how I will use the property, and I don't think they want a zoning change. I think they want it, they just, because that would allow me to sell it and get a lot more for the land. But I'm just trying to do what I want to, do, take care of these animals. I'm not trying to increase the value of the property in that sense, or I think a use variance would suffice in that case.
Okay, no,
And I think it would appease most of my neighbors knowing that this is tied to me and this is my use, and I think they know I want to be there for a very long time.
go ahead.
No, no, please.
And I know my memory isn't great, but, we've spoken in this venue before. I understand you own the dogs, and at some point you transfer ownership. Is there payment at the time of transfer?
Not to me personally. They make an adoption donation to whatever shelter is adopting out the dog. So for example, Maeve, I don't know what they're gonna charge that adopter. It has nothing to do with me. I will never see $1 of that, nor will the Love Pet Project. That is with that adoption agency.
All right, I'm gonna chew on that for a couple of minutes.
So how do you make your income? Is it from your other vet clinic?
Me
'Cause
personally?
obviously, you do wonderful work. There's no one's questioning the work that you're doing. But, how do you eat, I guess? You don't do everything for free, so.
I have 7 other businesses.
Okay, are they vet clinics?
They're
or
all animal adjacent, at least I
Okay.
would say. But
not
some of them
run
are
out of this
veterinary.
site or run
No.
out of different sites? Okay.
Correct. I own property elsewhere.
Okay.
And the reason you're here tonight is to get a variance of use to allow an animal hospital, correct?
Yes, but it will not function as a traditional animal hospital,
What will it function as?
just caring for my own animals.
Okay. So,
So if I can add a point, which also relates back to what Mr. Hurst was asking about, why the use variance mechanism is appropriate here, is because the location of this property is part of its limitations, being across from the landfill and the fire station, which is part of the unique characteristics of this property, and it makes it kind of a buffer property. It's not, it's buffer between the Michigan Road, all the activities there, and residential. And the use variance is a good opportunity for this board to carve out a specific use that's approved that will be a nice buffer, because the activity that she does, it's not a commercial, it's not a retail, it's not gonna have signage or anything like that. It's a continuing, it allows her to continue what she's doing and been doing at a location that's farther away from the remonstrators and more insulated. And so it doesn't fall into any square holes that are currently living in the zoning ordinance. That's why the use variance makes sense to us at this time.
why are you not asking for, just out of curiosity, you're asking for a variance to allow an animal hospital, but not a kennel? Why, what's the,
Because that's what my neighbors asked me for.
okay.
Yeah.
But is it?
Otherwise,
is-
we would
is it
have
a
gone
is it
for a
it's
kennel.
Okay.
Well, it's also the focus on the medical care too.
So what you were saying is that because this property can't be used for anything else because it's adjacent to a firehouse and a waste facility, you're giving it a use because without you, it wouldn't be worth a lot. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I think the facts state, like, it was on the market for 312 days, five
I
times
understand
longer.
that's not uncommon. That was not uncommon for Indiana pre-pandemic.
But that, I mean, it was at the same time where it was 65 days was the average in Zionsville for residential
No,
homes.
I understand, but it's a new day and age, and I would say that lot is very valuable. There's a lot of people building, selling properties for a million acre next to fire stations and huge power lines that I would never want in my backyard either. So, I'm just saying, I don't know if that's the best
And
way
they're
to.
spending that money for a home site?
Absolutely, absolutely,
I
yes.
actually, I would argue that there is, the landfill across the street does limit this property. Growing up here, that site across the street's not just a landfill. That's a Superfund site. When I looked, there were actually 4 separate Superfund sites listed for that property across the street. So
You
there
couldn't
is
pay-
a challenge with
I
this
agree,
property from that
but you
standpoint.
couldn't pay me to live next to a huge power plant. I know what kind of voltage comes off that, whether or not people realize that. So I think that's also what are people's pain limits and what do the knowledge base of what they're willing to, I mean, trust me, I agree with you. I would never live there. it's surprising to me that
Well-
the acreage just still goes for that.
There's an event facility adjacent to the
That's true.
job.
Yeah.
This is, again, where I think the market speaks for itself. But also, I mean, speaking of the Superfund site, they come on my property every 3 months to test my well water to see if it's safe to drink. I would never drink the water there. I don't care what they say. It's just, it isn't. And I think my neighbor Nick can speak to it. He showed the property and his property several times. And multiple times, the reason they didn't purchase it was because of the Superfund site and the fire station.
Well, do you guys have any other questions?
No, I think I'd like to hear.
Okay, perfect. Thank you guys so much.
No problem. I do think 2 of my neighbors came in after the papers were,
Okay, I'll make sure to open it up once I get through the list. Okay, Eric Nelson. Just state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Eric Nelson. I live at 9755 East 100 South, and we also have a lot at 9705 East 100 South. We have been living there since 2014 when we bought it from the original owners, Gary and Jenny Flora. And that property did operate very well as an R2. They had horses, not dogs, not a hospital, and they had 20-some-odd horses there for many years. First, I want to thank you for, again, for listening to both sides of this issue yet again. Unfortunately, not a lot has changed since you heard this petition and ruled against it earlier this year. The cover page now states, "This will be a hospital." But as you read on, it's still the same kennel operation, which Dr. Katz continues to run out of a house with no one living there or attending to these animals overnight. She could have lived in that house that stood there, as the Floras did, and the people that she bought it from. She describes this in detail in the attached deposition. There is some misinformation in documents presented to you as support documents. I like to deal with facts and truth in making my decisions, and I was truly offended when she blamed my wife for all this situation that we're involved in now, and saying that I approved. That never happened. I like
The
to,
situation, I just want to say one thing. The situation has also changed over the last couple of years. So it started out as puppies, it was fine. But then we went to rescuing dogs from the sheriff's office. And again, there's nobody there at night. So these are puppies and adult dogs. There were outdoor runs. She's showing you that they're in the house now, in the residence, but that's the change that was made. They're in a shed right outside our place. So this, sound mitigation, that's all great. And nobody is against rescuing dogs, absolutely not. It's just the way this business is being run, it's run out of a house. There's lots of cars there, there's lots of employees there. It's a residence, but nobody lives there. So again, we just want to thank you for hearing the petition again, listening to both sides, and our attorney's going to say more.
I'll speak. Stay here, though.
yep.
Thank you, members of the Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Mike Andrioli, 1393 West Oak Street. I have represented the Nelsons for a number of years with regard to this particular situation, and continue to represent them tonight. I'm going to try to be very brief. I've submitted written materials to you twice now with the supplemental just a few days ago. I apologize for the lateness of the supplemental. Counsel for Dr. Katz indicated that they were going to need a continuance of this midweek of last week, and was kind enough to ask me if my thoughts about if I had any objection to it. He had a conflict, and of course I tried to be accommodating and said no. If you needed to be get a continuance, we would try to not be in opposition to that if you actually have a conflict. And then the mind was changed, and then Friday we learned, no, the matter's going to be put on. So I had to regenerate what I was thinking of doing the week before, so I apologize for that. A couple of different things I think you need to understand. This isn't a 17-acre site. This is actually 2 separate lots. It amounts to 17 acres. But the portrayal of it is it's all one lot of 17 acres. These are 2 parcels. First parcel is a 5-acre parcel at the corner of County Road 100, by the way, which is a gravel road, and Michigan Road. So that's 5 acres. The balance of the ground is from the western terminus of the 5 acres all the way to my client's property line. So in essence, there are 2 parcels making this up. That's significant because in our efforts to try to be cooperative and said, look, if you're going to either seek a rezoning or a use variance or something to locate a veterinary hospital, if that's what you needed, a veterinary hospital, put it at Michigan Road. Put it next to Michigan Road. Put it where there's traffic there, there's noise there. That's the appropriate place to put this proposed veterinary hospital if it's going to be put at all. I'm reminded of the application that came before you tonight for use variance, and reminded of the application that was approved a number of years ago for Hopwood Cellar. And I understand he's got a purchaser for that, and they're coming back with some additional site plan and architectural requirements. But when we did that use variance, we had to talk to the state of Indiana off of 421. We had to get approvals and comments from the highway department. We had to have detailed renderings of that, and those of you that were on the board remember that. We had very detailed renderings of what it was going to look like, a very detailed and engineered site plan. We had some preliminary drainage issues. We had a number of other issues. We don't know whether this is going to be on septic or well, and if the water's so bad, what is this even being located on, a septic or a well, if in fact that's what it's going to be? There's no detailed site plan with this. This is not ready for prime time under any circumstance, and puts staff in a particularly difficult position because they don't really have anything to review. And if you give an approval, most of the approvals on use variances or on a lot of these projects are subject to the actual site plan that you develop in accordance with the site plan that's being proposed for the use variance. We don't even have a legitimate site plan. in this particular situation. They have looks like an AI-generated area, but we don't have any dimensions, we don't have any of those things connected with a normal use variance that has been approved all an up and down Michigan Road for a number of years. And the architecture that we have there and the development that we have there has just been wonderful, but it's because of the detailed nature of what has been presented. So that's a real concern. The other concern is, as I mentioned to you in my supplemental, they're asking for a one-year approval to go ahead and construct. Well, that just gives them a stopgap measure in the litigation that's going on so that they can argue that they've been given approval, but they may or may not ever build. They'll just continue to utilize the property as it's currently utilized, which we believe is a nuisance and in contradiction to the zoning ordinances that we have here in Zionsville as it relates to the use of that particular ground. Finally, one of my concerns were I was looking at the things that were coming in and out, and I'm sure as staff was, various things are changed and submitted to try to get a handle on exactly what are they proposing out there. Their initial application was for a veterinary hospital. Well, that sounds good, but when you look at all of the veterinary hospitals, and I provided you with pictures and everything of the veterinary hospitals in and around this area, two things stand out. One, they're in truly commercial districts. And two, none of them have kennels. This is not a veterinary hospital. This is a kennel masquerading as a veterinary hospital. So aside from some of the legal requirements and the legal objections that we have as it relates to the setbacks that would be required with regard to kennels that the county has imposed and presumably are now part of Zionsville's ordinances, this is really not a veterinary hospital at all. Let me sum up by saying I understand the concern about trying to help animals, and I understand the desire to do good work, and I'm not here to suggest that Dr. Katz is not doing good work and doesn't have her heart in the right place as it relates to trying to protect animals and do those types of things. I think we could probably all agree to that. But members of the Board of Zoning Appeals, doing good work and having a noble cause has never been the litmus test for good planning and zoning in the town of Zionsville. It just hasn't. I've never had a client who thought that they didn't do good work. I've never heard of somebody presenting on behalf of a client who didn't think they did good work. That doesn't translate on whether this is the right location. It is not the right location for this particular use of the property. And I tend to agree with one of the members of the Board of Zoning Appeals that suggested maybe the better approach is to try to see if you could seek a rezoning in and along Michigan Road to have a land use change where all of the particulars are going to have to be met, the town councils are going to have to be consulted. Is that part of what we want to see in and along Michigan Road? The other advantage of that is they have to conform with the Michigan Road Overlay District, as all others who've located in and along Michigan Road. So this is really a cynical attempt to move it to the center of the property, come off of Michigan Road by 400 feet, and therefore not have any architectural standards with regard to this. We don't have a rendering. We have no architectural standards. We have nothing as part of this application. And so we would respectfully request that the board deny this use variance. Thank you, members.
Why don't you guys stay up for a minute in case there's any questions? Can you guys just stay at the podium for a minute if you guys have any questions? No? Okay. All right, never mind. Go ahead and sit down. Okay, I have a Jeremy.
Jeremy McLean from the Boone County Sheriff's Office, 1905 Indianapolis Avenue. It's in Lebanon, 46052. I did submit a letter on behalf of the Sheriff's Office in support of Dr. Katz and what she does. We started this program. When we started it, we were averaging keeping dogs for 7 days. Right now, we're keeping dogs right around 2.5 months. Before we can get the Humane Society to step up and take these dogs. So, that burden itself on us, on the Sheriff's Office, on Animal Control, on the taxpayers, it just mounts. When she was doing it, like she said, we would bring a dog in. If we knew it was a stray, she would come to the facility, she would assess it, she would treat it. Once the stray hold was up, we would take it to her facility, sign it over to her, and then she would adopt it out. She showed you Maeve on there. Maeve was actually seized from Zionsville, from the apartments just right up here on Michigan Road. I received a call on Election Day this year at 4 o'clock in the afternoon from several Zionsville officers. They went into an apartment and the dog was laying there in a kennel. I was able to contact Dr. Katz immediately and met with them, and she said, no questions asked, she said, bring it to in the Animal Surgery Center. When I got there, herself and the other veterinarian there, Dr. Ball, were there waiting. The dog was basically, it was gone. And they spent several hours that night bringing her back. And like she said, she monitored her for several months. Or I'm sorry, they monitored there for several weeks. And then once she was healthy enough, we brought her back to the kennels. And then today, we were able to get her adopted out. So Zionsville police called me because, they contacted every local vet there. Every local vet wanted payment up front. Nobody was going to save this dog unless they could pay the bill up front. Dr. Katz, still to this day, has never sent us a bill, which in turn, obviously is a huge benefit for us. And that's not the first dog like that. There's been several dogs that she's taken in for us that she's done that, and we've never once received a bill. So I can't, express enough, the important work that she does, especially for us and the residents of the county. It's never cost us a dime. I really hope you guys approve the variance. That way we can get back to, our work with her. Right now, we have 6 kennels at the Sheriff's Office. When those are full, if a dog comes, if somebody calls and says, I've got a dog, we can't take it. We say, we're sorry, it's got to roam. There's nothing we can do with it. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Nick? I can't read anyone's writing.
Nick Laviolette, I'm right across the street, 9860 East 100 South. Okay, so I guess this is like the second or third time I've been here to tell you that they're great neighbors. They're great. They're always there to help out. She is not absent. She's there before I leave the house every day. Just because she doesn't live on the property does not mean she's not there. What we're really talking about here today with this variance was at the request of the other neighbors. And the only thing it does is allow her to have the dogs she owns that are over the age of 4 months. That's all we're really trying to do, that she's trying to do. So that is, the designation of a kennel would not allow that, and that's what she's after. She wants her dogs that she personally owns that are over 4 months to be able to live on her property. That's all.
Nick, I have it doesn't say your last name on here, it just says, no, it doesn't, it says D-E-N-N-Y, Denny. I mean, it's poor penmanship, but it doesn't say Laviolette. I'm just making sure I didn't miss somebody in the audience am I crazy?
I got here late, so actually that paper was not down, but Maybe somebody put my name down.
Like Nick Nene,
Okay, I just
but-
wanted to make sure I was getting, because we
but
keep
he-
these.
He's a
as
different
someone-
Nick than appears there. But
Yeah, there seems to be a different Nick on here, so I was just verifying, sorry. You're good, I just.
I accept that he knows his last name. I
Yeah,
accept
well,
that.
is there another Nick in the audience that wrote their name down here that's not this Nick? No? Okay. Okay. Didn't miss anyone then. Oh, does anyone online? Oh, yeah, please, come up. Okay, thank you. Please state your name. You're welcome to come up, sorry.
Only if your name is Nick.
Yeah, with the last name Denny.
Yeah, my name is Marcus Hendry. I live at 9602 East 100 South, so I'm about a quarter mile down the road. And I've had the opportunity to visit Dr. Katz's property and talk to her about kind of specifically what she wants to do and what that's going to look like and the whole purpose of it. And everything that she's tried to done in communication with her closest neighbor in terms of like mitigation of any noise, in terms of scheduling outside dog time, in terms of like, you know, old plans to convert a structure and to insulate it better, to mitigate some of that, to putting the decibel meter out. And all of these conversations really lead me to believe that she's trying to do the right thing for the neighbors, and just very much in support of that. It really is a very unique situation. It's not a, you know, she's not boarding other people's dogs and operating as a kennel. These are her own animals. It's not a traditional, you know, veterinary animal hospital. That's why she doesn't want to, you know, be out there on Michigan Road with the storefront, you know, for commercial traffic, because that's not what she's trying to do. She specifically does not want commercial traffic. She specifically has stated she does not want people to know that she's there, because she doesn't need a whole bunch of, you know, people dropping off a whole bunch of animals that she doesn't have the capacity to take care of. She just wants to operate in the way that she's operating. So to say, well, this needs to be out on Michigan Road, really defeats the whole, you know, purpose of what she's trying to do. And that's why I think this use variance is appropriate, because, you know, use variance is there for the outlying situations. I think it's not for your standard thing where like a zoning change is what's in order. And specifically, I don't want a zoning change. You know, I'm okay with what she's doing and what she's proposing, and that's great. And I trust her based upon my conversations, you know, that that's going to be in keeping with what we want in that community. Because the alternative is, you know, if she has to end up selling that and it does get rezoned, and I think this is something that, you know, that the immediate neighbors should be concerned about too. You know, there's more expansion. You know, Bradley Ridge is coming up, you know, right up on us in terms of that development, and more development up 421. And so if somebody's not keeping that property and keeping what it is, then it probably is going to end up, you know, getting rezoned, you know, commercial. And there's going to be, you know, a gas station on that corner, some other stuff that you don't want compared to what, you know, to what you're getting now. And that's why we don't want, you know, a zoning change. You know, we just want her to be able to do what she's been doing. And, you know, I walk by that property with my dogs 3 or 4 times a week. And if there's a noise problem, I'm not hearing it. At my house, you know, a quarter mile away, I hear the dump. I hear that equipment there, you know, and they're much closer to that. And I don't think you can underestimate like what that does to the value of the property. I mean, I hear what you're saying, that you think there's a lot of value to it, but if you spend a lot of time around there, you know, I wouldn't want to buy that property and put my house there. You know, so it is a unique property in a unique spot that has unique considerations, with somebody that is trying to be a great neighbor, doing very unique work that nobody else is doing, that's really helping our community. And for those reasons, I'm in support of it.
Thank you so much.
Questions?
No, I'm good. No questions. Was there anybody else in the audience that wanted to speak this evening? No? My fellow board members, do you have any comments?
We're having a lot of fun ones here recently, where you have a lot of sympathy for the mission and what's trying to be accomplished, but it, in my opinion, runs afoul of the ordinances and expectations of land use here in Zionsville. It, to the extent sympathy helps, if this were Dr. Katz's residence, I could try to work harder to understand how ownership of the dogs interplayed in all this. But Dr. Katz doesn't live there, and but there is an operation of some sort going on over there that I understand it may not financially reward Dr. Katz. It does seem like a commercial operation. I could work harder on figuring this out if it were nearer Michigan Road. I kind of still stand by my, if we need to change the use of the property, maybe that's a question for Plan Commission and Town Council. Looking at the factors, there are a number that even if the BZA is inclined to find a way to grant this use variance, I think this would have to be continued because there'd have to be a lot of work to do on what operations and buffers and all these things, site plans, all this. But I'm stuck on that there's something unusual about this property that it could not be put to conforming use.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that, that this is the second time that they've come through. I wasn't here for the first time. That was, I think there was 3, right? Maybe you were here for
Well,
that
I'm sure I
third.
was here. I know I was here. I don't know if anyone else was here.
But, yeah, not having really any site plans, nothing was to scale, somewhat of a shoddy rendering, quite frankly. It's really hard to just, put a big stamp of approval on this and not knowing what that looks like. I agree with you that there should be a use change. And just because.
I'll be clear, I didn't say there should be a use change.
Well,
but
I'm
if
saying
there's
that's what
going to
they
be
should,
one,
that's
yeah.
what they should seek, is what I'm saying. It makes the most
Forgive me,
sense.
yeah.
No, thank you. That's what I'm saying. And, just because you're on Michigan Road doesn't mean anyone can walk onto your property, especially if you're not advertising. But I also think this 5-year thing is, a long time to build what seems to be small structure. But yeah, so I'm having trouble with that.
I'm stuck in the weeds over the variance allowing a veterinary animal hospital, but it's not an animal hospital. So if you approve it to be an animal hospital, but admittedly it is not operating quite as that, then what are you allowing?
I think I can speak to that
Okay.
if there's confusion. I'm going to plug my computer back in. So we have a definition for what we define as a vet, animal, hospital, or clinic, and I'm going to hopefully pull it up on the screen if my computer will work. The one thing I want to point to is the last statement, right? So I've highlighted it for you, but the last statement's the important part. The temporary boarding on the premise as an accessory use is allowed. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but what the petitioner is doing is essentially helping sick animals, making them better, and I'm going to use the word that the zoning ordinance uses, temporarily boarding them until they are then adopted at some other location. And that's the other thing, just on a side note, I know the petitioner wants to respond as a rebuttal as the rules allow. So
Yeah,
once we're done with all
we
this.
finish discussion first? Yes.
So yeah, you'll be allowed. So I think, does that answer your question as to, she's going to be helping the sick animals and then temporarily boarding them as defined by the vet, animal, hospital, or clinic until they are then adopted?
You are satisfied with that?
I believe this would cover, unless this does not cover some component of the business that I'm not aware of.
Okay. And temporary boarding is?
Good. The good news or the bad news, however you want to look at it, is our zoning ordinance does not define boarding, right? So I'm not 100% sure what that would be defined as. And the person I always go to define temporary is Mike Dell, so I'm not 100% sure what that would look like.
I think what Jonathan's saying is that the particular use was chosen because it would allow, at least the petitioner believes it would allow what she already does, the temporary boarding, and that may be why it was chosen, because it would, the umbrella of that one use, veterinary hospital would allow some of the other things she wants to do, and I think that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and the other statement they made, I think, was a good statement. They're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. What they do isn't spelled out word for word exactly as a use allowed in our use table or defined in our use table. And so this was the closest defined use that we had that aligned with what she does at her site, or at least I believe what she does at her site. So that, I hope that answers your question as far as the confusion as to why she's asking for a vet hospital. It allows for the temporary boarding of the animal until at such time it's then adopted to some other place.
Josh, did you have any comments before I bring the petitioner back up?
Trying to get myself around all 5 criteria here. Number 1 and number 2, I agree with staff. We don't have enough information at this time to determine. Number 3, the need for the variance arises from some condition particular to the property involved. I will say that having a landfill across the street and being a Superfund site I would disagree with staff on that and give them that one. I'm having trouble with hardship and comp plan. I'm still struggling with. I mean, Jim mentioned a continuance. I would be supportive of that, maybe try to get them to firm up 1 and 2 for us a little bit so that staff can give us a decision on it. That's where I stand on it right now. Essentially, I look at it as it's going to be a private veterinary hospital. It's not, it doesn't sound like it's going to be public. It's going to be a private veterinary hospital.
In R2, though.
Exactly, in R2. So if I had to make a decision right now, I can't fill all 5 criteria. So.
Ask a question?
Sure.
Just to give better guidance to the petitioner, right? So one of the concerns is buffering. And I misspoke when I was given the staff report saying it was ag. It's actually R2 to R2, right? Which, I thought my computer was up. It's not. If you look, for example, one of the concerns is, right, this was the most recent, maybe I got the wrong iteration of the commitments, but insert minimum standard of trees needed in buffer. That's what I had put on as the exhibit. And my concern, as it relates to that, if you look at R2 to R2, buffer yard B, so it's entirely possible and allowed, right, by right, to have a 10-foot worth of grass and then 1 tree and 2 understory trees. And the question from the plan commit, or from the BZA, my concern was, is that enough, right? Are you okay with this development going in with just 10 foot of grass and a total of 3 trees every so many feet, every 100 linear feet? Which, if that's the standard, I mean, you look at the site plan that's submitted, it's not to scale, obviously, but I mean, you can see the aerial. It's likely they got enough existing trees to meet that standard. Is that enough buffer? And so if we're going to continue this, or if we're going to try to give additional guidance, what more would we like to see in addition to a site plan
Jonathan,
that would
yeah, that retention pond's not there currently, right? That's just part of this rendering.
part of the rendering? And I apologize. Let me see if I can get the new one.
But it's essentially, yeah, it looks like that, no problem.
I didn't see another one on there, John, and I went through, I mean, I could have missed it, I guess, but that was the only.
I'm going to apologize if there was one submitted. I believed I got everything online, but obviously I did not, if I didn't. Let me disconnect real quick.
If the petitioner wants to come up and have her rebuttal while Jonathan looks for that.
So the first thing I wanted to bring up is we actually don't have two plots of land, which I was actually made aware of by Jonathan. And I believe during one of our meetings, it's actually one plot of land that's separated by...
Section line.
Thank you. But it's still just one plot of land. So we don't have the two. I thought we did too, honestly, but we don't. It's just one. So I wanted to bring that up. One of the other reasons I chose to live in Zionsville was there wasn't a limit of how many dogs you could have and own on your property. Same for my personal home. I live in the village. And so that is one of the reasons that, again, we don't fit into any designation that's currently out there for us. We were designated a kennel at the last one. I still don't believe we fit the criteria for a kennel. I own the dogs. In order to operate a kennel, somebody else has to own them, and you watch them. And that's not what we do. They're my dogs, even if it's just for a certain amount of time. I heard somebody say if I lived on the property, it'd be a little bit different. I don't understand, I guess the distinction there. It's still my property, my animals. And I have, animals on my other property too. But also, which I pay people to help take care of them, because like I said, I have 7 different businesses. I'm running around all over the place all the time. I'm not always home. But I make it a point to be on site here at this location every day. As Nick said, I'm usually out there at 5:30, 6 a.m., and I end up there at night too after I finish, making sure that I can see every animal and make sure everybody's taken care of. So is there anything else that?
The proximity to Michigan Road, not only is it putting it right on Michigan Road, not only would that be contrary to our mission, but it would be detrimental to the health of the dogs. As the remonstrator said, there's all the traffic and noise there for recovering animals. That would not be a good use. And in the end, you've got this property that's got a lot of unique features, a unique history, and it's the 1-2 punch of the fire station and the landfill that really put a stress on the use of this property. And this use variance is a really good tool to make a good use that's already occurring there and to allow it to continue for the benefit of the community. I would say that if more specific renderings and site plans would be beneficial to the staff and to the board for their consideration, we're fine with submitting that, coming back next month and giving a submission with more details. I think the commitments that Dr. Katz has given, buffer yard B, the privacy fencing, the hours of operation, I would think that would be a good reassurance for the board that the operations are not going to be disruptive. But if additional details would be helpful, are necessary for your approval, then that's something we're definitely in support of.
And I just want to remind you that right now we're at ambient noise levels. And that's without everything that we are already committing to. And we're at proven fact ambient noise levels of this running nonstop for over 2 months, and we've never hit over 80 decibels. I just, for me, even that's without what we're already proposing and further away. So I don't want to be a nuisance to anybody. I want to just be able to have my dogs there and do it in a way that's responsible and that respects my neighbors. And again, I don't want anybody else's animals there. I just want mine. Thank you.
If you, I'll throw out something else, and that is, if you wanted to approve it as an animal hospital, but could put conditions on which you can that says no retail operations, no public-facing operations, no signage, that is totally fine. That would be a closer definition of what is actually going on. Because you have the power to limit what's granted and not open it up to an animal hospital that could, throw open its doors to anyone.
And we've already made those commitments.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question about the decibels, about that?
Mhm,
I think
absolutely.
you said that after the last time that you were here, you had that installed.
Mhm.
Was that after you got rid of the adult dogs?
Uh,
Or
y-
were they still there to capture that, what it was like with the adult dogs there? Or was that
It
with just
was
the puppies?
after, but with that, we wouldn't have had any adult dogs near their property anyways. That building that they're talking about, that's right by their house, has not been in use since October of last year.
Okay.
It is recently in use with 2 llamas.
Okay. But the capturing of the decibels is not exactly the same situation that they were complaining about. It's a different situation with younger animals.
Correct, and arguably louder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can show you the updated renderings.
Okay.
I apologize, I saw where you sent them on Friday, and it has been a very busy week. So I
Okay.
found the most recent revision that I got from last Friday. I did not find anything since then, so I'm hoping this is the most recent one. Okay.
And these are the ones that are not to scale, because then these,
Other version is. So this one would be to scale. There. And I did have an opportunity to take a look at the parking. Again, from a buffering standpoint, the question is, we know the minimum buffer requirement, which is buffer yard B. We know all the applicable development standards, and they're going to have to adhere to them prior to approval of the development plan. So conceptually, I'm not sure what additional things would change. I think this is pretty set. The parking would be compliant. The setbacks, I can't speak to the setbacks for a kennel, right? What I can speak to is the setback requirements for commercial, industrial, or non-residential uses, right? Which is what the zoning ordinance has. And this property's R2. And, you see the standards here. They're not marked, right? But assuming they meet the standards, the setbacks would be fine, right? It looks obviously more than 10 feet or 20 feet from the property lines. I guess lighting and noise would be the things that we haven't addressed. But
So when we talk about buffer lines, we're talking about buffering on the 5-acre parcel, not the overall parcel, correct?
well, yeah, that's correct. It would be for the 5-acre site.
Okay. Noise is still a concern of mine. I respect the decibel levels of 70. We've heard that number before thrown out there as an ambient noise level, but on a foggy morning, you can hear, where I'm at, I can hear a donkey that's 1.5 miles away from my house.
and that's why acoustical engineers have jobs, you
Yeah,
can
I
create
mean,
buildings and kennels that you cannot hear dogs from inside, which means they would not hear Michigan Road if they were closer. And no one else would hear the dogs as well. So, people get paid to do this. I know many acoustical engineers that could help from that standpoint, but I think noise, I agree, lighting, and hours of operation when the dogs are out. Josh, what was else on your list?
That's pretty much, right. Jonathan, you asked what type of additional, on the 5 acres, it's so limited with just being 5 acres. I don't know if you can get enough buffering in there to try to dampen the noise. I'm only looking at the western property that backs up to the Nelson's property, or that area through there. So I don't think you'll have any noise concerns to the south, to the east, or to the north. But it's that side to the west. There's people who make more money than me who can figure this out, but I mean, just looking at it, I would say on the overall parcel, you'd have to have a lot more, some sort of acoustical buffering. But like I said, I still struggle with several of the criteria. And I don't know on 1 and 2, because if you can't come up with if staff can't determine it, I sure can't, so.
Any other thoughts from the board?
Mine haven't changed.
I feel similarly that I guess going back to the 5 points, that's the last ones. I'll give you the sanitary site, okay? I'll give it to you.
You lived here in the 80s, you know so much history about that place.
Yeah, I think I agree with Jim.
I would make a motion to deny it, but if others feel that more information is necessary for them to make a determination across the factors, I don't want to deny them that opportunity.
I think especially if, they're able to have a conversation with the Nelsons too, and maybe that there's additional factors that they've tried to check some things off their list on what would help. That would definitely help me, so.
You are permitted to make a motion.
I want to understand if everybody feels, do you want me to make a motion?
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe to help in the decision-making, can I ask the petitioner a question, if you don't mind?
right ahead, yes.
You may not know the answer to this, but if this was continued, would you be willing to submit like a photometric and a landscape plan? I know there would be money that would have to go into getting those drafted. I mean, those are things that are required as part of your plan commission DP submittal. But if we had a landscape plan that kind of showed the buffering and the setbacks and the noise mitigation elements of it, and we had a lighting plan that essentially showed that the lighting was shielded and not crossing over into the neighboring properties, I think that would help in the determination of number 1 and number 2, which would be the impact on the community and the impact on the property owners, the neighboring property owners. And if you're willing to do that, then a continuance would be useful, possibly. I was asking because if that was a no, if you was going to say no to that, then.
I'm absolutely willing. That's something that might determine their answer. If it's not going to change things, then.
We obviously can't determine whether it'll change things or
Yeah,
not
I was
until we
gonna say.
see it, so I can't promise anything to you, but.
1 and 2 are an open question, but is this necessary for the property to be in conformant use? There are other uses of this property under R2, and I don't know how to get around that.
I agree. I would agree, Jim, as well.
So from my standpoint, I would hate to have somebody spend money when, those are open questions, but it doesn't solve all the factors for me that are necessary.
And quite frankly, I still am, even if that's all provided, I'm still struggling with unnecessary hardship, as we generally do, so.
I might just remind the board, yeah, the petitioner has to satisfy all of the factors. It's not a totality or a 3 out of 5. It's all of them. So Mr. Hurst makes a point worth discussing.
Well, I can not get a second, or I can be voted down, but I guess I'm going to make a motion. I move that docket number 2026-16 UV variance of use to allow a veterinary animal hospital or clinic in the rural single-family residential R2 zoning district for property at 9855 East 100 South, Zionsville, Indiana, be denied as presented and described.
Roll call.
I'll
Oh.
second it.
Thank you. I'm getting tired.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Amanda Miller.
Aye.
Katie Glenn.
Aye.
Motion passes. The proposal is denied.
Thank you. Okay. Case 2026-17 DSV, Development Standard Variance. Jonathan, would you mind, whenever you're ready, walking us through that?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about the delay. This is a development standard variance for property at 4775 West 116th Street, the Zionsville Presbyterian Church. Their sign regulations fall under section 194164, which for their zoning classification limits the total number of on-premise signs to 4. What the petitioner is requesting is to allow for the placement of a 5th sign. As you will see in the, I provided a site plan and sign elevations. You'll see, I'll connect my computer.
Jonathan, are you able to get that
Yeah,
presentation
let me get it online here.
overhead?
Yeah.
Good.
There you go. Here's the sign. This will be the 5th total sign on site. Here is a aerial or a site plan showing where the other signs are located on the property. So essentially, that's what the request boils down to, is they have 4 existing signs and they're asking for a 5th. Staff, if you look at our staff report, we are in support of this request. We believe that it meets all 3 findings, right, needed to grant the request, item 1, 2, and 3. Specifically as it relates to hardship or unnecessary hardship, we think that the size of the property, the configuration of the building, and the number of public access points into the building plays a role in the need for a 5th sign at this property. And so we believe the criteria were met, and we support the petitioner's request. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Is there any rendering of the sign, or just will conform with the existing signs and aesthetic?
Here is the rendering of the proposed sign.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Does the petitioner want to come up?
Hello, I'm Sally Bias with Zionsville Presbyterian Church. And as Jonathan said, we're requesting to install a fifth sign. We had a new addition to the church, and this is the entrance to our church, so it helps people, direct people to the main entrance.
It looks beautiful. Does anyone have any questions? Somebody want to make a motion? Or am I gonna pull this here? Oh, any public comment? I didn't see a head back there, so I forgot you're back there. I have no public comment, but is there anyone online? Okay, let me go and sign up.
I'm going to jump in first because I get to agree.
Unless you have any
I get to
objections.
agree with the staff report here. The hard one for me to always find a way around is unnecessary hardship, but this is a property that was as an appropriate use for its zoning. And I think our signage ordinances, I think, are deficient for such a multi-entrance, multi-building, public-facing property such as this. And so I think the hardship is easily cleared as identified in the staff's report.
I will say generally when I do go to this church, it's not for the greatest times. Normally it's a funeral, but I have always struggled to figure out kind of where the main entrance is because they've added so many times. So this makes sense.
So let that be read in the record. Josh has some trouble finding his way around church.
Yeah, it's kind of, I drive you over there more often, Josh.
Yeah. I was gonna make the motion, but go right ahead, Jim.
Okay, I'm gonna take this one. I move that docket number 2026-17 DSV, Development Standard Variance to exceed the maximum number of signs allowed for a business in the urban business office in Michigan Road Overlay District at 4775 West 106th Street, Zionsville, be approved as presented and described based on the findings of the staff report and staff recommendations, submitted finding of facts, substantial compliance with the submitted site plans, and the evidence presented during the hearing.
Second.
Roll.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Katie Glenn.
Aye.
Amanda Miller.
Aye.
Motion passes. The petition is approved.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we take a 5-minute bathroom?
Absolutely.
recess?
Absolutely. We will move on to case 2026-18 DSV. Another development standard variance. Jonathan, I'll let you present the case.
So this is another hopefully straightforward request. The petitioner is in the ag, our rural ag zoning district, and there's a standard that spells out a restriction. It limits the total developed accessory square footage in the rural zoning district. Specifically, accessory structures have to be subordinate to height, area, bulk extent, etc. In this case, it's total area. Petitioner's proposing 2 additions to an existing barn. You'll see those on the screen. One's a 30 by 60. One is 20 by 60. When you add all the existing square footage of the accessory structures together, that total number is 5,524 square feet. And the primary structure is not, I can't remember where I put the number to that. It is 2,556 square feet. So the 5,000 square feet of accessory square footage exceeds the primary residence square footage, which is creating the need for this request. We did look at the height, which was another concern. We looked at the height of the addition, not the height of the existing building. The additions are compliant. They are below the height of the house. So for this project to move forward, they need the one variance to allow accessory square footage to exceed height, or to exceed the total square footage of the primary structure. We, in this case, again, support this request. I'm going to quickly hit on the 3 findings. Finding 1, we don't believe it's going to be injurious to public health and safety. Finding 2, this is not going to impact the use or value of adjacent properties. And finding 3, as it relates to hardship, we see this, it's a pretty common situation for ag-zoned parcels. In this case, not large enough to be classified as a farm, but still large enough to need significant amounts of equipment to maintain the 9 to 10 acre site. And any outside storage of this stuff is not allowed. And so oftentimes buildings that are needed to house the equipment for these types of sites will exceed a 1-story, the square footage of a 1-story home. And so we think that's an unnecessary hardship being created in the zoning ordinance on this site. And for that reason, we think the criteria was met. And so we agree on all 3 findings, and we believe they meet the criteria. So we support the petitioner's request. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Otherwise, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Do you guys have any questions for Jonathan? No. Okay, does the petitioner want to come up and speak?
My name's Donna Tanner, and I live at the address stated there, 8385 East 100 North Whitestown. And with our equipment and my new horse trailer, and the barn that's currently there is just really built for storage and a workshop, and we're needing more room for our horses and hay and the trailers just to be protected for our investment. So we're just hoping we can have a new barn. Any questions?
All the equipment you're going to be storing in this is going to be personal property? You're
Yes.
not storing equipment for other people? And
No.
trading a bottle of tequila for it or
No.
anything like that?
You can put one out there if you want, but no.
Don't give her ideas.
I'm right down the road from the polo club too, so we're all in the country, and nobody's even going to see my barn because I'm way off the road.
Anyone else have any questions?
Not for the.
Okay. Well, I agree with staff on all these points. Oh, sorry, is there public? I'm not going to get this today. I apologize. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm a little tired at this point. I go to bed early.
My name is Marine Hart. I live at 682 North 800 East, Whitestown, Indiana, which is actually incorporated in Zionsville. We live close to the polo field also, so I don't know what that has anything to do with this, statement here, but my mother-in-law and my wife, mother-in-law owns the property to the south of this request. We have no information onto how the drainage tile is going to be modified. We have no information how the additional roof coverage is going to provide sheet drainage onto the property. I can tell you right now, property south of her is beans, first planting, great, no second plantings. So any future drainage problems should need to be addressed in this board here. We want to be good neighbors. We're not here to remonstrate, but I will tell you that what they're asking for our zoning request is not the most important one. 194.020 additional setback provisions. Long before any of these other zoning setback requirements, et cetera, says setbacks for residential uses, the uses are subject to the special setbacks, which shall include necessary buffer yards prescribed by the following table. Stable, private on residential lot, rear 100 feet. You're asking for a 60% reduction in the setback requirement. This is not something we will take lightly. When we want to future develop this parcel, we will get remonstrated from the neighbors, the Hickory Hall Polo Field, all these other neighbors will want to remonstrate for any future development that we may have. So we're here to make a statement that we want to be good neighbors, we're willing to work with them, but clearly this zoning ordinance that they're asking for is not the most important zoning statement. So I'm not sure why we're even going any further than it's requiring conditions being met for this 100-foot setback. 194.020.
What was that in regards to? Are you?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I'm a little lost.
The zoning ordinance 194.020.
Oh, that's what you were saying. Sorry, I thought you just said an arbitrary
Clearly
number.
is a prelim to any other additional zoning statements
Okay.
that being asked. We're willing to work with this couple here. We've not heard from them. And I understand what their hardship may be, if you want to call it a hardship. They bought the property knowing that this parcel may not meet their requirements, and they come today asking for additional variances. If she's in real estate, she should have known to look these variances possibilities up or met with the town. Now, once again, we're willing to meet, okay? To sit there and try to figure out what we can do. This barn could be built on the north side of the property. So there's various other things that could happen. I think the location they're asking for is correct, but we don't want to have these future drainage issues. We've got a drainage tile we don't want put on our property. There's just several things here that needs to be rectified before this moves forward.
So your big concerns, let me just make sure I get this correct, buffers, drainage, and there is a site map as far as location, but you're not, don't like that. Is that
No,
the site
the
location?
ordinance, actual ordinance, it's 100 foot.
Right.
They're asking for a 60% reduction. It's excessive. But we may work that out with them.
Did you want to say something, Jonathan? Sorry.
So I'm going to put what I'm looking at on the screen so you can help me. I went to the section 194020, which is additional setback provisions.
If you could sit down, sir, or are you addressing him?
I was going to just ask,
Oh.
I see the table that you are.
Scroll the table, please.
That's what I want to know what classification.
Right there, stable, private, it's right there, stable, private on residential lot.
I just want to clarify that it's not been classified as a stable.
It says stable on the plans.
What it's been classified as, which is why the setback has been allowed, is an accessory to a single-family residential building, right? So it would be not subject to this setback provision as a stable. It's subject to the standards in Table 3 for ag specifically. And what you'll see is, I don't have the site plan pulled up, but the numbers are significantly different on Table 3 than what is for a private stable.
Are you looking at a new modified standard?
No,
That
sir.
is not published?
No, sir. This is on the website, and I would say of the two provisions that we're looking at, the one that's most commonly used, far and above.
Commonly is different than what it states black and white.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this is not a new table.
If I could just interject here real quick. Thank you, sir. Your comments have been noted. Drainage buffers, I understand there's a little bit confusion on the zoning piece. If you wouldn't mind taking your seat, assuming no one else has any questions. Yeah. Is there anyone online? Okay. Is there anyone else in the public right now that has any other questions or, okay. Jonathan, did you want to finish? Was there anything else you wanted to add on that piece?
I just want to clarify, just so everybody's on the same page, this is not, the building that you currently have is not solely being used for the housing of horses. This is not only going to house horses, right, in this traditional sense of a stable. And if it's not the stable, meaning that you're storing hay, personal equipment, you may store animals in there, I have no idea, but if it's not solely storing horses as a stable, then it's not subject to the regulations in 194020. Right?
Thank you. Fellow board members, comments or thoughts?
I didn't know, maybe if there was other comment, I don't think anybody's in line.
We
Or
asked.
did you do that? Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay, you're tired too.
I'm
I'm not
tired
the only
too.
one. Okay, there we go.
No, you're doing awesome. I didn't know if the petitioner wanted to respond, maybe not about the zoning particularities, which I'm going to trust staff's read on that, but on any tile and drainage concerns.
Would the petitioner like to speak?
Could you address?
Would you stand up
I need
and,
you to come
sorry,
back
name,
up.
address? So the concerns to the previous, Renee, was that drainage and buffers was something that he brought up.
I guess we wasn't told we need to address that yet. We just need to get past this stage, and then I guess we have a planning stage to get approved for, and that's where we get into the,
Yeah, there'll be a development plan review.
that's the impression I had from Jonathan. Is that not right? I didn't think I had to worry about it.
That's correct.
No, that's
Oh, you're
correct. You're
correct.
correct. Yes.
There'll be a review of the drainage at the development plan level before the plan commission, and the petitioner will be required to comply with the stormwater ordinance and all
Right.
other drainage laws.
Right.
So that's really a different time.
I want to interject. Is that the fact that a development plan review would be required in this case?
There will be what we call a zoning review, which occurs at the staff level. The terminology development plan review is something that we use for plan commission items. You're not going to rise to that level. You will be reviewed at the staff level administratively.
Then a building permit.
Our team, building permit, our team will look at the zoning regulations to ensure that you comply with everything, right, which this is part of that process. Drainage, right, is DPW, and part of the ILP process is approval of the drainage from DPW, right?
Which is part of that building permit.
It is part of the the building
Right.
permit. I don't want to sit here and speak to all the ins and outs
Right.
of the engineering,
So-
drainage stuff, because that's above my level of education as far as that's concerned. But it'll be addressed at the permit level.
And we'd want it to be, yeah.
And I can say they can't issue a permit for it if it does not comply with their standards, whatever that is.
Correct, correct.
Well,
And we would anticipate.
Thank you. What I was looking for is you were committed to following the process of the town.
whatever it
would
is.
address the drainage.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
I do have one question for Mr. Hart, if we can get him back up there. The question is, you brought up field tiles and drainage tiles. I'm looking at the site map. There's a creek there straight to the east. Most field tiles go straight to the most logical outlet. Are you aware of field tiles on this, or that intersect from your property through this property? Is there something that drains into that small pond from your field?
So the drawing that was provided through the Stum residence, is that what you're looking at?
Mm-hmm. There's an open ditch, if I remember, I think that's called Artman Ditch, straight to the east of
It's
that.
Artman Creek. It's
Or
Artman Creek.
Yeah, creek ditch.
Artman Ditch, actually, I'm sorry.
Depends on if you're marketing it or if you're a farmer.
Right, so,
But most field tiles are naturally going to flow to that ditch. Are you aware of any field tiles on this property that are going through your property?
I am not aware of any. I am not aware of any. I can tell you that if we'll bring up the Hickory Polo Field, they put a drainage tile on our property. We're trying to prevent that. We're just trying to be open discussion here.
I don't see how, with this ditch being that close to it.
I don't either.
So-
I've seen it happen. I just want to make sure that the proper procedures, if it goes through DPW or whatever, the improvement location permit on drainage,
I just want to make sure we weren't cutting any field tiles. That was the
there should not be
concern I
any
had.
that I'm aware of, correct?
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thoughts? Well, I think we've confirmed that they will go through, from a staff level, a permitting and building review process, which will cover drainage.
I mean, yeah, after this, you'll still have to apply for an ILP.
Right.
We'll do a review, and I'm sure there's supplemental items as it relates to DPW, but I don't want to speak to that because I just don't know what that looks like. I will tell you, they're not going to let you do something that injures your neighbor, and to whatever degree that would be.
Any other comments? No? Okay.
Ready for a motion?
Well, I'm going to jump in there because I got work for you, Josh, on your plan commission role. I appreciate staff recognizing that in these not 100-acre or greater parcels, but there is a need for ag-related, on ag zone property type storage levels, and that they are supportive, that it's a hardship to have these accessory structures subordinate to the primary house. They shouldn't have to come here for a waiver on that, and I think the Plan Commission should be drafting ordinance for the town council to consider in these situations, so we don't have to make these people come here.
All the other planning commission members are listening, or watching. Yeah, I would agree.
You would agree, okay. Now I'm done.
If
Thank
you own acreage, you have, the last thing I want to see is someone buy 9 acres and not be able to have a tractor and a bush hog to be able to mow their property, and then it overgrows, and then we get invasive species in. You got to be able to maintain your property. And when you get in these parcel sizes of this size, you have to, I tried doing it for years without a tractor and tore up 2 lawnmowers. So I understand where the petitioner's coming from.
I would agree. Thank you. You guys have been,
Not sure
you've
about
been,
to make a
you've been
motion.
carrying the
Okay,
bag
now
all
you have a
night.
motion. Okay. I move that docket 2026-18-DSV Development Standards variance to allow total accessory square footage to exceed the total square footage of the primary residency for the construction of 2 additions to the existing barn at 8385 East, 100 North B, approved as presented and described based on the findings and staff report, staff recommendations, submitted findings of fact, substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and evidence presented during the hearing.
I'll second.
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Amanda Miller,
Aye.
Katie Glenn,
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Motion passes, the petition is approved.
Thank you. So we'll move on to case 2026-20 AP. Jonathan, no rush, whenever you're ready.
Well, in this case, because it's an appeal, I'd like to talk about the process.
Yes, please.
And it's my understanding that the person bringing the case to the BZA should first present their case, followed by staff's explaining the reason for their position. And then, of course, then you would decide on whether to uphold or grant the appeal or deny the appeal. Okay. So.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Tom Bennett. I live at 190 North Maple Street here in Zionsville. Very much appreciate your time and the good work you do for our community, and I say that in all sincerity. And I appreciate that you guys have been so accommodating for some of the things done in the past. Also want to say a special thank you to Jonathan and his team. I learned a lot in the last several months on the appeal process and whatnot, and Jonathan was a great shepherd of that process, et cetera. I do have with me my colleague, Mr. Chris Trapp. He and I work together at the same company. He is our company's director of real estate, and he is an attorney, and he is far more articulate, eloquent, and educated than I am in these matters. So, Chris, if you will, please.
Thank you. If I may, Madam Chair, members of the board, I think he's just saying that because he's not paying me, so he's got to be nice about it. No, I appreciate it. I also like to echo the sentiments about Jonathan's assistance here. And quite frankly, the grounds for this appeal have kind of, our understanding of it have evolved. So what we were appealing is something as simple as an email, which originally came. It said, I'm paraphrasing here, and I should have printed it out, but Jonathan will correct me if I'm wrong, but basically, staff has determined that your deck is impervious and must be removed. That was the extent of it. So when Tom and I were preparing for this, the original thought was, okay, well, talking to Tom, is this a concrete deck? It looks like a typical wooden deck that drains through into dirt. It can't be, well, our understanding evolved a little bit, and Jonathan helps us with that. And it's really, it's two legal questions that we're here for that are kind of preliminary threshold issues. One of which is, and this centers around the interpretation of several different ordinances within the code. And the question for the board is whether the operative definitions are ambiguous or not. And fortunately, the planning staff has provided that answer. We're in agreement on this. This stems back to Director Dale, for some time, has been trying to come up with a solution to correct the ambiguity in these ordinances. And this dates back to originally a planning director determination. I'll get to the fact that apparently it wasn't implemented, but back October 30th, 2025, and I'm quoting here, planning staff have identified ambiguity in the zoning ordinance regarding the definitions of driveway, impervious, lot coverage, and how lot coverage is applied. And obviously the two that are relevant here are impervious and lot coverage. And then it goes on, one of the points made is staff pointed to a specific other subsection of the ordinance that says expressly that decking can be pervious. And that contradicted, was the word, and created ambiguity regarding staff's interpretation, and this is what we found out, that the definition of impervious surface under the code as they interpreted it meant that all decks are impervious. That's not how we interpret it. That's not there's a better interpretation. We're going to get to that right now, but the question for the board is whether or not that definition is ambiguous. And I'll read it to you. It says, area covered by a material that substantially reduces or prevents the infiltration of stormwater into previously undeveloped land. Impervious area shall include, but is not limited to decks. I think it's fair to assume that the language, the example, the illustrative example that comes after the functional definition is what's causing problems. Clearly, the definition of impervious is It's purely a functional definition of whether or not this material substantially reduces or prevents the infiltration of stormwater. Impervious area shall include means that is an example of what can constitute an impervious area. It's not the same thing as saying that all decks are impervious. That's a totally different thing. And so what staff did, to their credit, and again, we're on the same page here, March 4, 2026, Mr. Dale and Director Dale, in a memorandum of the town BZA Advisory and Plan Commission, actually went so far as to suggest that the town council delete those two definitions. The suggestion, the recommendation was that impervious and pervious, those two definitions, be completely deleted from the code. And that lot coverage, which is, again, under the current code, lot coverage is a function of the percentage that's impervious. But that lot coverage be a much simpler definition. That basically we're going to take up the whole area. It's a measure, the proposed definition was a measure of intensity of land use that represents the portion of a site that is impervious, that's current definition, scratch that. The suggested definition, the sum of all applicable driveways, pathways, parking lots, structures, hardship, and any other material that would prohibit or impede the absorption of stormwater. The question here for the board, again, it's not whether or not, we're not asking what is the best definition. We're not asking what the best policy is. We're asking whether or not this is ambiguous, and the planning staff has provided that answer, and we are in agreement. Both parties are in agreement on the ambiguity of that statute. So the question that came up, and I think what was driving this appeal, is what is planning staff supposed to do with an ambiguous statute? How do they get uniformity in how to do this? That's the second legal question, and the Indiana Supreme Court has provided us that answer as well. That answer, and this is, counsel explained, goes back a long time, with zoning laws being in derogation of the common law. If a zoning ordinance is susceptible to more than one reasonable interpretation, it is ambiguous. Because zoning ordinance restrict the free use of private property, any ambiguity must be construed in favor of the free use of land. That is black letter law in Indiana, and that's what we're asking this board to do. If it finds that the definition is ambiguous, which all the parties agree upon, the interpretation it must take for the Supreme Court is the interpretation that is the least restrictive to land. Not what's best for policy, not what everybody would prefer, it's just what is the least restrictive. That is the law in Indiana. So our interpretation, again, is of this, the definition of impervious is just this, it's a functional test. If the town wanted to write an ordinance that said all decks are impervious, it would have said so. If it wanted to write an ordinance that said that lot coverage wasn't just a feature of impervious versus impervious distinction, they wanted to say it's, all decks are included in lot coverage percentage, the town can say that. The town hasn't. We have an ambiguity. It must be interpreted in favor of the free use of land, and that is the basis of our appeal. Now, staff report a couple things that came up, just for the record, and we did do a memorandum that supported some authorities of what I'm saying here. But one of the things we said, which actually came originally from the October 2025 memorandum and then was pasted into the staff report, was reference to a rebuttable presumption test, which is one of the things that was suggested of how to deal with this. That was a test that that the director had proposed. It said basically, look, we are going to presume that it is decks are impervious surface unless you bring a certified engineering plans, the applicant does, showing that it's pervious, which pervious, again, it actually is not literally written as the exact opposite of impervious, which is another flaw with the ordinance. But he did that, and Jonathan actually, through our discussions, it did make it into the site or the staff report for the hearing, advised, and I'll let him correct me if he disagrees, but for our conversation, that was never implemented. So my understanding with staff is just taking the position that their hands are tied, that it is simply that all decks are impervious. Again, that's the basis of our appeal. There's nothing in the staff report. I do have Mr. Bennett here to speak to it and his contractor regarding the specific factual issues pertaining to this deck and its features, but I will for the record, let him make a few comments if I can, if I could pause here. Do you want to explain your deck, Tom?
Thank you, Chris. It is a 9 by 10 deck, so it's not a very large deck. Actually, with an overhang, according to the engineer that I procured per the, again, the city's recommendation to get an expert as to the perviousness or imperviousness of the deck itself. It's actually, we're actually talking about 75 square feet. You can't see the overhang there on that, but there is an overhang. And that's actually the outside of the deck. I actually have some other pictures here that I didn't submit, but can at least distribute to the board if you'd like to see it. It rained quite a bit, by the way, over the weekend. You probably noticed that. I did. And I actually took some pictures. The bottom of the deck, as you can see in that picture, has not been covered, so you can see underneath the deck currently. And I have a picture here after Saturday's rain, and you'll see that it's just dirt. I mean, there's no pooling, no puddling. Frankly, if there was, I wouldn't want, flooding by my house, let alone through the balance of the property. It's a very nice deck. It looks very nice. I think it certainly adds to the property. And, I'm happy to answer any questions. I know it's late, so I appreciate that again, and don't want to drone on too long, but I kind of like it. I'm very proud of the work that my contractor did. Again, I think at one of the meetings, I got some compliments. Thank you, whoever gave me those compliments about the property, but I'm very proud of the property, and, with your accommodation, hope that you folks can see clear to allow the deck to be in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Just a little bit of background. Our building inspectors, when they were on site for another project, noticed this deck and that there was no permit granted for this structure. And so, and then doing the calculation, they said, no, it doesn't look like it's going to meet the standards for maximum lot coverage. So that's when we had to make this determination about this particular deck. If we would look at the actual language of our ordinance, and I think we have to implement the language within our ordinance. However, it may be flawed, but as staff, we have to look at what the letter of the code says. And within section 194.095, regarding urban accessory uses, and it refers to uses, it says that it indicates that decks must comply with maximum lot coverage. And again, the focus on uses is that it's not focusing on structures, it's focusing on uses. And it also doesn't speak to pervious or impervious, it speaks to uses. And so if decks such as this one are allowed, then how should staff determine when a deck is pervious? In other words, it would be possible, if decks were determined to be pervious, allowing water to infiltrate, then theoretically, an entire yard could be covered with a deck, and it would not count towards lot coverage. And is that really the intent of the zoning ordinance? If we dig deeper in the definitions for zoning ordinance, in this case, and we look at the definition for pervious surfaces, and it's referring to surfaces, pervious surfaces are equated to be equal to natural conditions. That's kind of the gold standard of what constitutes a pervious surface, are natural conditions. Or a material that allows infiltration or percolation of water in a manner similar to natural conditions. That is the definition for pervious surfaces. They're equated in natural conditions. Or material, it's referring to material that allows infiltration. Another definition that's germane here is that of lot coverage, which expressly states that decks contribute toward lot coverage to be calculated as part of lot coverage. And then a third definition that's relevant here is also the definition of an impervious surface. And again, the term surface is used and is equated to material that substantially reduces or prevents stormwater infiltration into soils. So an example of a pervious material is sometimes we refer to these as pavers, pervious pavers. that allow water to actually go pass through the material or pass through the surface. In this case, the proposed deck will not allow water to pass through the deck materials. The deck materials themselves, or in other words, the surface, is impervious. It does not allow water to pass through the deck materials, but rather allows water to pass between the materials, not through the materials. For any given area of this deck, the majority of the area is impervious, meaning rainwater cannot penetrate or pass through the deck boards or the deck surface or deck materials as referenced in the definitions for pervious surface and impervious surface. Therefore, the deck surface does substantially reduce or prevent stormwater infiltration, just as, for example, a roof structure diverts water to a rain gutter system that water eventually penetrates the soil. That does not mean the roof itself is pervious. It just means that that water is diverted to an area where there are soils that can receive that water. And so therefore, roofs themselves also should count toward lot coverage. We're talking about surfaces and materials. So for these reasons, staff has consistently counted decks towards lot coverage. And so that's our position.
Thank you. The fun one. For the last one of the night is the really fun one, isn't it? I have to say, your contractor has been lovely, and he's come through here, and you're wonderful. So you did a good job picking him. But
Thank you.
staff?
He also made a nice deck. And if I may, and I don't know the process here, so forgive me if I'm out of order, just tell me if I am. But, I mean, we did submit a report that did indicate that the water does flow through to the ground. I admit, I mean, sure, there's decking there. I mean, yes, it isn't going straight to the ground. That's obvious. It does flow through the seams. The water does go through the seams. It's just raw dirt right now. I have a picture right now. I mean, I'm sorry, I should have submitted it again. I didn't follow all the processes. I apologize for that. I am a first-timer here. My contractors evidently charmed you, so appreciate that. But, I mean, if the issue is that there is a stormwater concern or something to that effect, there is not a concern. I have an expert that said as much, and I have pictures from the weekend, and I can, you can see when I took the pictures, et cetera, not on the actual pictures, but I could submit the timing of those pictures, and you could see, I mean, it rained a lot this weekend, and there is not a problem underneath my deck.
Thank you. Do you guys have any questions for staff or?
Well, in the appellant's testimony, they were quoting Mr. Dale on some things where I think I was in the room where he was speaking, and I just want to try to remember the context. But Mr. Dale, if you'd remind me, when you were talking about doing away with definitions and doing everything, were you trying to address whether or not decks were included, or were you trying to address whether or not we should be including driveways?
I think actually we're discussing, trying to get away from this whole conversation of what constitutes pervious and impervious. Because we were getting just caught up in that whole, circular reasoning of, is it pervious, is it impervious? And then if it's impervious, then that has big implications for how we calculate lot coverage.
And I think also the important fact is that that never got implemented.
Right, and so what we decided to say, well, rather than try to, wrestle ourselves into an interpretation, given the difficulties with the ordinance, we said we'd table the matter and instead we'll work on changing the ordinance. So yes, the workaround, so to speak, that we had written up, we never implemented because we thought, sometimes doing that just presents a whole series of consequences, unintended consequences, rather than just fixing the ordinance.
I might just say, I agree with some of the information submitted by the petitioner from a legal angle. I disagree with some others. I just want to talk about that for a minute. I think that the petitioner makes a good point that in your ordinance, there's a definition for impervious and there's a definition of pervious, and they're right in front of you. But they are not mutually exclusive. I think that's a very good point. And their expert in their letter, in his letter, said that what you have here in this particular deck is a semi-pervious system, because it's the deck planks, then gaps, then deck planks and gaps. And I thought that the expert that they submitted maybe gave the best description of what we really have happening. It's a deck system. It's neither solid, decking, nor is there a 4-inch gap between the planks. Okay, I thought that was a good point. We're dealing with something kind of in the middle of the two definitions because they are not mutually exclusive. So, but I'll just say a couple things. First of all, although I certainly supported what Mike and staff were trying to do to get away from a difficult ordinance to administer, that was not actually accomplished. The board is stuck with the ordinance we have. And I don't agree that the ordinance is ambiguous. I think it may not have engineering precision. It'd be great if there was just a drainage coefficient and said that if the deck system can drain a certain amount of water at a certain rate, then it's pervious. It'd be great if that'd be perfect, but we don't have that. The question is, before the board, is whether this deck system substantially reduces or prevents the infiltration of stormwater into a previously undeveloped land. So it isn't whether the deck system impedes at all. Our ordinance says, does it substantially reduce or prevent the infiltration of water? I think that's what the ordinance says, and I think that's the determination that the board has to make. Staff said they thought, they said, yeah, we think it's impervious. The petitioner says, no, this is pervious. But I think that just to make sure that we're using the words of the ordinance, it says that in order to support staff, you would have to find that the deck system before you substantially reduces or prevents. Those are the magic words here. Substantially reduces or prevents. If you find that it doesn't, if you find that the deck system as a whole does not, then I think the petitioner's right.
May I respond real quickly, Counselor, or Madam Chair? Because just to clarify for the record, what Counsel just said is exactly what we're saying. So when I say it's I'm happy to say that it's unambiguous, that first sentence about that definition controls, that's our position. I think the better way of saying it is, at worst case, it's ambiguous as to the staff's position that all decks are impervious. That's the point I'm trying to make.
And I agree with that.
And that is what the Supreme Court is telling us we cannot do.
I agree. I just don't want the board to be confused about what their job is here tonight.
Understood. Yes, sir.
So I'm not disagreeing with that, but the question before them is whether, when the staff said your client couldn't build that deck that way without violating lot coverage, were they right? And in order to do that, we have to go right back to this particular deck and figure this out. The other thing I would say is, as I mentioned, it would be nice if we had some other way to go about it, but under the definitions we have, which is the law in Zionsville, the zoning ordinance is the law. Unfortunately, Mike, I respect you a great deal, but Mike's memo is not the law, nor an ordinance. We are stuck with the definition we have, and again, I believe the board can make a judgment about whether this particular deck is impervious. I really think that you can make that judgment based upon the definition, because the definition doesn't say, does it reduce the flow of water at all? Doesn't say that. Whether the deck substantially reduces or prevents the infiltration of stormwater into previously undeveloped land. And see, that's a little bit of a different standard than saying, does any water come through at all? I think it makes it easier if you remember the word substantially, that really makes the analysis a little easier. So there, I just want to say that.
No, thank you. Do you want to say something, Jonathan? I'm sorry.
I was just gonna, can I ask you a question? It's 10:15, so my brain may just be a little foggy.
I'm glad I'm not
Did
the
I
only
hear
one.
you correctly in saying that based off the definitions that we have, we should not be classifying all decks as impervious?
I agree with that, because I agree with
We
the
should
petitioner when
not
they
be
say that the
classifying all.
definition is functional. I absolutely agree with that. I don't think there's any other way to read it. I also agree with the grammatical construction that decks are listed as something which can be impervious, including it there, if you read it to say all decks are impervious, it does ignore the definition of impervious, and I actually agree with the petitioner about that. I actually do. I think the analysis is this deck impervious? And some decks are impervious and some are not, and it has to do with the spacing between the slats, and I think that's what the definition requires the staff to do, but more importantly tonight, I think that's what it requires the board to do, is to make a judgment about whether or not there is or is not a substantial reduction or prevention of infiltration. And I think that's what the definition says, and that is the law we are stuck with, because that's our law.
Can I?
Madam Chair, if I can make a motion, or a request, rather, to move something here. So what we asked with Mr. Smith, with Jonathan before, this is based, I understand Mr. Dale's suggested procedure is not the law, but what he had suggested back in October of 2025 was that an applicant could submit certified engineering plans that would show that the deck is pervious or not impervious, is a better way to put it. I asked for the opportunity before this hearing to do that, to say, can we discuss that with planning staff? And I think, and I don't want to speak for Jonathan, so he'll be free to correct me if I'm wrong. I think his problem was there was a threshold issue at his office about whether or not all decks were impervious as written. And I think that I agree with council, with the city council, or the town's council, excuse me, that they're not. And what I'd ask for is, let us do that process. Give us 30 days, reset this hearing, let us come up with certified engineering plans, let us talk to planning. If they're satisfied, maybe we agree and this appeal goes away. If they're not satisfied, we come back here and ask you to make a factual determination. That's my request before the board tonight, and to go home.
I think that's a very, a good request, which gets us to the facts, which is what we all want.
And can I?
Unless the board doesn't think it needs that, but I mean, I do think that's a good request.
I just would like to say, while your contractor charmed me, I actually voted against this when you first came through, when they granted you to take over additional, they all actually approved this. I said no, because of flooding issues, and I disagreed. But, so, the reason why it came back is because you guys put a structure on there that wasn't approved, that didn't go through, that process, and was flagged, on the random. So, when it came back through, the position for me was still no. So for me, this is, there was already an additional grant that was given. I am fine with a continuance to have them do, have an engineer, and if that suffices staff, but I think we're forgetting that we already granted them, right?
They were denied, as I understand.
No, this last time, but the first time.
First time. They were granted,
This is the
yes.
second time.
Yeah, right.
So they were granted it. They came back because of the flagging of the decks.
Madam Chair, we were denied a variance, which is an entirely different legal standard, has an entirely different burden of review than what the issue is before today. The position that we're taking,
But
which is,
first, we granted you were granted the ability to do the addition. And the only reason why you came back for the variance was because you made a deck without approval. So just to be clear here.
Understood.
Yeah. I'm fine, I agree, I'm fine with if you guys all think, but,
I have no problem giving a continuance to kind of get some more factual information for us to make a determination.
Is your problem just that we're going backwards?
Yeah.
That you don't like the, okay,
Yeah.
and I agree. Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
mean,
wasn't done, correctly, but now that it's there and
Well,
if,
and it may be different for you guys because you guys approved it from the start and I was on the other side.
The larger
so-
project, not the deck.
Yeah, the larger project, right, exactly. So,
Of course, I have to say, and I was here too, but yeah, we can't consider all that.
Yeah, but we can gripe for a minute.
It's okay to vent, but
Separate ourselves from it and still make the decision.
Mr. Bennett would object if I did not say we can't consider that when
well,
we
I'm
make a
more
decision on
considering
this
it
appeal.
because there were bricks in there and we were worried about water and flooding and all of that. So now there's a harder structure. If there were any kind of, I mean, they're getting back to pervious and impervious.
I know, but I'm just saying we really have to,
I will
we have to
second the
somewhat
gripe.
forget all that.
And that the nature of, too often of this role that we play for the town is, we have to forget all that and roll on what's in front of us. I move for a continuance so that the petitioner has a chance to provide engineering drawings to convince either town staff or failing that, us, that this deck does meet our ordinance.
Can we define what that is? Is that going to be, something scientific like Mr. Dale mentioned, do you have a suggestion on that piece?
Jonathan, do you know what you would request, and have you,
I don't know what question I want to ask, but I just want to make sure I get clarity from you, Mr. Taylor, as to what we are about to move forward with. So what I'm hearing is, just to reiterate, that staff, our historical practice, right? Maybe it's been wrong, but historically, we've just blanket applied decks against impervious things.
well,
And
that
what
doesn't
I'm-
matter. I can talk to you about that later.
Well, but what I'm saying
On this
is-
case, what the petitioner has said is that they would like to present to you, engineered calculations that support their position that the deck is pervious. That's where we are. As to the other, I'll be happy to talk to you outside of a public meeting about that.
I understand. I'm not 100% sure. I would look at Mike Dell as the director as to what would.
I'll make the determination.
Yeah, what would satisfy our office as to whether or not a deck meets this requirement?
Well, engineers are tasked from time to time with determining whether a surface or materials or a system are pervious. They're fully capable of doing it. I've seen them do it. I assume you're going to get an engineering report, and then you can decide, or the town engineers can review it and advise you as to their opinion. And so I know that this is something that is an accepted, the courts accept expert testimony about this all the time. And so it will be mathematical in nature, my guess is, mathematical calculations to show that it either is or is not. But experts can disagree, and if the town staff has a need to have independent review, which I think you should, then you'll have the opportunity to do that.
I'm good with that.
Jim?
I made the motion, I'm waiting on a second.
Second. I want to make sure Dan got it all out there first.
Did you want to say something?
May I say something, please? And it's a question. So, I had an expert deem, the deck to be pervious. I mixed it up too, by the way. Are you looking for someone with some higher standard? Well, I guess, should I work with Mr. Dale and
Work with Mr. Dale,
and Mr.
and
Smith
yeah,
as
they'll
to the
get with you on
qualifications
what
you'll
they
be looking
require.
for? I don't want to, kind of like the doctor before, I don't want to go out and get work done and that isn't deemed to be
Yes.
acceptable. So we'll work with you, sir.
Yes, I'd be happy to talk with you about this.
Okay,
Yeah.
just what level
Yeah.
of engineering, of expert you
Okay.
would be looking for?
Sure, thank you.
Good, great, thank you.
All right. So,
I will say, I thought your own attorney enunciated pretty well what needed to be done. So I think your own attorney enunciated pretty well what needed to be done to get to staff, but certainly talk with Mr. Dale.
so do we need a motion?
There is a motion.
There's a motion on the table. We're waiting for a
We can actually
second.
have discussion if you have anything.
No.
Okay, so is that Jim's motion?
It was.
Okay, and who seconded that?
Josh?
I think it was Josh.
They're a tag team.
Take roll call. Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Amanda Miller.
Aye.
Then Katie Glenn, excuse me.
Aye.
Motion's passed.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for spending
Thank
the
you.
entire
Good
evening
evening.
with us.
Off the record, can I make one request? One more request, as long as I have your attention? Can I go first next time?
You and everybody else.
We're hoping you will be the only one next time.
Can we go alphabetical? Thank you. But sincerely, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No, we're on, we're live, we've got to finish up here. We're not off the job yet.
I feel like I should send the $40 back to the town, but not tonight. I'm keeping it. Keeping it.
Okay, we have a couple other matters to be considered.
Thank you. Best wishes. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Couple other matters to be considered so I can get everybody home. An executive session has been asked to have, be held ahead of our September 2nd meeting. What time?
So I was going to see if everyone was available for an executive session starting at 6 p.m. on September 2nd.
If I'm in town, I can be here.
Okay.
That's a little bit of a jump ball.
Okay.
But you'll know in the next week.
Okay.
Well, I'm out of town if he's under town. Just kidding.
If a date works better for the 4 or 5 of us, or 5 of the BZA members, I'm happy to have a different meeting on a different date. I just thought that was the easiest time to do it.
You need all of us, right?
You just need 30 minutes before the meeting.
I will let Mr. Taylor.
Yes, I've asked for 30 minutes to talk with you in executive session on matters that can be discussed with your attorney. It's a new category under the Access to Public Records Act. I'm confident that 30 minutes will be more than enough.
Should we confirm our other board member will be in attendance?
I can.
We just need a quorum.
Okay, that's perfect.
If somebody's not there, I can
Okay.
communicate with them separately.
It's on my calendar.
So 6 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
September 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to move the pre-meeting for the September meeting to 5:30. Let me look on my calendar to see who the 2 pre-meeting attendees are for that month. Pre-meeting. That is Josh Martin and Amanda Miller. So Amanda, you are aware of the change, and I will update Josh.
If Josh has, I know it's a challenge for him to get in here a little early.
Yeah, I
If
was
he
gonna
cannot
say
make
that.
that pre-meeting, I'll be more than happy to swap with him.
Okay, thank you. I will let you know.
Just volunteer for everything.
All right, well, if there are no further business.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Run.